Stuff from the defensive side. Looks like we're getting it back again, but it looks like the push may go to B this time, and it definitely has already.
But Nox is turning things around despite being able to get the Mega Charge down onto point B. Nox with that Trans Am finds maybe the 4th kill in just a moment, narrowly missing that out, but they will be able to pick that one up onto Victus in with that dive. But again, Zabi versus Zabi this time around. Exponent will be the first one to fall, and this looks like a good hold now coming out from Bozos, only losing out on their Dom. Mr. Big Large has his Ashmar punch, but it doesn't even matter. They finally touched a point at the end there, but we'll see. Fusion Blackie ends up going down. That's going to be Blue Jay coming in with a Trans Am. He doesn't have a health pack here, but he's still chasing one more down. Throw, but he will go down. It's going to be David, though, finding one more as Enders gets that nade in to take out Hawklight. And what a beautiful hold coming out from our defense.
Yeah, and so almost getting that health pack just to barely stay up, but same thing with the robot, both of them just not quite getting what they want. That was an aggressive chase. That's going to be 3 ticks, and there's only 3 people up on the side of skill issue, and that's slowly going to turn into less. So now there's only about 1 person ready to challenge. It's going to be the Trans Am, though, going to get 1 pick, but only 1. We are still going to see the methods, but that's the entire team.
Himself some health, and that's going to be the 2nd tick coming in for skill issue.
Yeah, oh, nice avoidance from Amano, not getting jumped on. That can be pretty well reacted to if you're ready for it, but look at this, G maneuver into G maneuver, and that is going to be so many players on the side of Bozos going down.
G maneuvers available, never mind just the one as Nitro Genocide goes down. Trans Am is up, they've got the Unicorn ulti as well. They might be able to just finish this one off without it. 15 seconds remaining, and that was huge coming out from. We're able to answer it back. They've almost popped all of their G maneuvers as well. Amano with a nice little shot there on a Victus. Be another knock coming out from Blue Jay.
Yeah, Mono still just, oh my gosh. Okay, it just immediately going down over there. Maybe a little bit of overcommitment going against 2 very strong close range suits right there. But then while they lost the Victus for a little bit, of course, just brought them back up. But this might give enough time. And oh my gosh, on the Exia too, that's huge.
Yeah, Amano is doing so much right now. That's going to be another one going down. There's a third. Amano cannot be stopped. The 3rd tick actually comes on into Screaming Nimbus is a little bit late, but they're going to try and engage with that, and he ends up somehow surviving. What just happened there? It was like sheer force of will to keep it on there, and he does end up going down, but here's Gasman now to clean things up at the end of the fight, but someone is still on point. They do end up giving away 3 ticks, but the defense will hold. Gasman pops his G maneuver, finds 1. We'll see if he can get a little bit more. Nox is backing up as well, but again, they have to start playing around the defense here, but they end up going down. Dark Infestor now charging forward. He doesn't have his heal. He will have it now in time to keep his team topped off, but a huge punch from Nitro Genocide as the time ticks away.
Lanfest is community. Lanfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. Lanfest is charity. Charity is at the core of what Lanfest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. Lanfest is gaming. Come join Lanfest.
Welcome everyone to Championship Sunday here at the Gundam Evolution Breakout Series Event number 2. We have 3 amazing matches coming on up, but before we get there, we want to remind you guys what you missed yesterday as we go through day 1 highlights. Here they are. G maneuvers at the ready on the defensive side. The attackers have used up so many of theirs, though. I don't know if it's going to be able to get traded and countered out.
Almost every single team in any of these tournaments take that A point. It's inevitable, but so many teams have fallen at this particular choke.
Yeah, this is really where the game begins. A nice pick from Royal Fat Man, and the team is pushing on in.
Going to be tough for them to fully hold this. They move forward. Okay, this is going to be a huge delay at least. We're going to see 2 suits, 3, 4 suits, 5 suits taken down. Oh my gosh!
Killer Brothers also finding a heal. You can see on the left side, but Boom Diggle's trying to come in and trying to get the discharge, but here comes Jay Slay dropping down with the Sazabi. Heavy damage. Shield at the ready to not get taken out. It's going to be the Pale Rider as well, getting 3 kills in the kill feed to clear the area, defend the area.
That's actually incredible. They managed to get that disarm off. That was kind of a sneaky little option. This is also a tough one. You're so out in the open if you're trying to defuse here. Nice! The Hades gonna take down Fuerte, gonna take down Bone Skill, the Bone Kill. There are just so many. Yes, that is exactly what you want to get out of that G maneuver.
Want to overcommit onto that one. You don't want to get too antsy. You're like, oh, I have my G maneuver. I need to use it right now. That's an easy way to sort of throw a lead that you have away. But Victus unlocks theirs. Hades takes down the opposing Gundam and swings down the lower side. Understands exactly where the attack is coming from. Finds the angles, finds the damage, and gets all of the kills. Even following up with the Hades. And you saw Killer Umbrellas on 6 HP with the Barbatos right in his face. But here it is going to be the Moonbeam G maneuver at the ready. This is such a strong position for it to be used, and it's the whole reason you could argue why this unit is picked. Not a lot of kills with it, but it's the damage and the DPS right now, but the angles aren't exactly there to be revealed. That's because they've been taking out so many members. Finally of IQ are falling away, and they're not even dying. They're just giving up the sight, but Invictus wants to kill them, wants to take them out.
Take down 1, needs to get more than that. Jay Slay is going to take down Nox as well. That's their tank going down, but they just weren't able to get the more than even 1 kill with that Hades.
Yeah, the Red Road Protocol on the Ashabar is doing absolutely amazing work here. Takes very low, has to fall away, but is able to retreat to a position where a med pack is. Is also able to get the revive. No, Tilter is there to try and at least make it a full 1-for-1 trade. But now Red Protocol does finally Merle with the Screaming Nimbus, now waiting for the health pack to respawn for him to get that HP back up into territory. They can come back and approach Victus here, swinging on in with his Hades activated, dealing a lot of damage with a lot
I've
of
stumbled like twice in this video already. It's rough.
To get onto the Mega Charge.
Well, I mean, I can going down without getting a chance to use it, but still only 4 seconds left, and there's just so much chasing. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get that pickup. The arm is going to go off just barely on B, but there's just too many people here. Gasman at 50%, trying to disarm, is going to get it off just barely in time. I'm something wrong with that, but I do think so, and they've switched completely. Yeah, there's so many different switches. The flexibility of this team, and there's the first sniper pick, Red Protocol, and 2 from Red Protocol. Killer Umbrellas.
Again, maybe temper your aggression just a little bit. But that's going to be Kill Umbrella swinging around the Ashimar. Good aggressive maneuver, and then the bone kill as well.
It's again sniped out of the air, I think. Red Protocol, though, finally going down. However, there are just so many players down with 10 seconds left. We need to see somebody make it to the point, and I don't even know if anybody's close enough. Oh, the counter push is just going to add insult to injury, and that is going to be that.
A lot of plays there that we saw from our top teams, and now with 3 teams remaining, who is going to be taking home the gold? We have Mafty did nothing wrong in IQ in the winners final, and waiting for them in the losers bracket is going to be Last Second, which, if you're new here, is a sort of reconglomeration of Tekka Clan, who don't worry about it. They're last second this weekend. It's fine. It's going to be fine. Hi, everyone. My name is Cameron Davis. I am joined by Wondershift. We're going to be going through all of today's games. Let's quickly look at the stats from yesterday and get a little, maybe expectation of what we see today.
Yeah, we can already see, of course, who placed 4th through 8th. Unfortunately, we had to play some of the matches off broadcast. There were a few delays, but we did see, like you mentioned, Last Second make it all the way up into our top 3. But just based on the map picks that we're seeing, so much Harbor City and so much Quarry, pretty much been those two. Colony Trading Post as well. We saw a good amount on broadcast, apparently not as much off broadcast, but Harbor City has really been the go-to map of this broadcast. Same thing with Quarry. I expect we're going to see a lot of them again. The biggest thing for me, Flak Fort, originally by far the highest picked map in the in this entire Breakout series, the least by a huge margin.
Yeah, the most banned. I don't want to spoil anything, but I think that's going to change today. But yeah, no, you're right. We've seen a lot of Harbor City. I'm glad that we see a lot of Colony Trading Posts coming out as well as a newer map. It's just gorgeous. I just like bright maps, frankly. Like Harbor City is fun, but it's a little gloomy. And then the Underground Command Center, like I don't know. I just like being outside. That's the personal thing. I say as someone who works as someone who works in gaming. But another big takeaway is that teams don't really like to play domination as much as the other 2 game modes.
Right, which is very different, again, from what we've seen in previous broadcasts, but it might just have to do with what teams are actually doing well over today. We've seen Mafty, IQ, and Last Second make it into our top 3 finals, and all of them, well, at the very minimum, Mafty and IQ, which we've seen a decent amount of, they seem to be quite strong at their own particular strategies and their own particular maps, and we got to see teams like Skill Issue, who got, I believe, 5th. They went to pretty much the same maps every single time, so it may be just the fact that some of the teams that we're used to seeing do very well in the domination maps aren't here. They are just not getting picked as much, and I expect that we might see some similar maps from yesterday, just based on the fact that these teams that we expected to potentially be in the top 3 have all made it.
Yeah, well, we have a few minutes before we are going into match number 1, again, between Mafty, Did Nothing Wrong, and IQ. We're going to have the map picks and bans come up in just a short while when they're completed. But is there anything particular about this matchup that we should be looking for? This is the first time they face each other, at least at this event.
Right. Yeah, so they did compete in the previous event together. They were the 1st and 3rd placers. Well, technically, this is really the same top 3 in a way, right? There have been roster changes overall. Mafty has lost Casino just temporarily. They just have a lot of good players that they circle around. So shout out to Casino, who's been in the chat all weekend. But no Casino is a big deal. Casino, of course, one of the best players that we see in the entire league, along with pretty much everybody else in these top 3 teams. IQ, I believe they're pretty similar. I could be wrong on that. There have been so many roster changes that I always get confused. And then in the bottom, I guess, of the bracket, we've got the Team Tekka Dynasty temporary rebrand with Last Second. So it's a few people from Team Tekka Dynasty. However, this is kind of just like a shakeup of what have you learned from the last broadcast.
Yeah, exactly. And we didn't see a lot of Mafty. It was just pure domination when we did see them. For IQ, though, it really was the sort of core range DPS of Amano and Exponent. We'll see how that gets answered back by Mafty when we go into this match. But here are the maps. We're going to be starting in the Underground Command Center and then going to Flak Fort. Yes, everyone, Flak Fort is making its debut here on broadcast at event number 2. And then if we get to map number 3, it's going to be Colony Trading Post.
All right, so potentially the return of Colony Trading Post if we do end up getting here to a game number 3. Of course, it's going to be 3 out of 5 all the way. I'm sorry, 2 out of 3 all the way up until 3 out of 5 in the grand finals. So that'll only be the final match of the day. But we're starting out, like you said, with I would say it's 2 more slow-paced maps. Actually, realistically, all of these are more slow-paced maps considering just who we have playing. So I think that maybe this is just one of those weeks where we're going to see all these teams just continue to slow it down. They're going to be playing to their greatest strengths and not trying to just brawl and just win the brawls, which does, I think, take a lot of confidence in your game plan, especially on particular maps.
Yeah, and I mean, if there's any teams that you expect to be able to have a particular win condition in mind, everyone be on the same page and immediately execute, it's going to be these teams into the top 3. I feel like that's such a John Madden statement, because that really is what it takes in order to be a strong competitor in any competition. You have to be a very particular style of game to be a team game to be successful with just individual 1v1s without any care for what the rest of the team around you is doing. And we definitely see that with the full concentrated oppressive push that Mafty had in their previous events that we watched. And then of course the IQ and last second with the main sort of range DPS being the front of the spear, or rather being the main depth of the when the spear like splits off, it's the big heavy part. These are the range DPS. You have the little actual front of the spear, which is usually the melee players with the Exia and the Barbatos that are like sort of getting that entry, but then the real damage comes from. I promise this makes sense, my analogy. It's really complicated. don't, it's fine. We're going into the game at this point. We can forget about all of that.
We can just say it was a Marsai analogy, because we want to see more Marsai on broadcast. I'm surprised we haven't seen it. Still a good suit, but we haven't seen it for a while. However, we're going to be starting here on Underground Command Center. First game of winners finals, and already they are pushing out. We're going to see, of course, the sniper on both sides. Carl Sagan on the Gym Sniper on the side of Mafty, and on the other side it's going to be Amano. These are actually 2 of the best Gym Sniper players we've seen on any broadcast.
Ooh, yeah, and maybe the pressure alone, just a couple of shots from the Dom Trooper is pushing Mafty away from the high ground. IQ are going to take over that space, but again, it's going to be onto the sniper to find the opening, but Carl Sagan gets the first shot onto Chaotic. It's going to be a really easy revive, but the fact that the timing is still not there just yet for IQ to push in, this is still the first waypoint.
Right, and we are going to see, of course, the retreat back to behind the waypoint, the classic for this particular spot. These defensive teams love to defend this exact angle and play around this exact corner. And both of these teams playing very safe, I'd have to say. Nobody getting picked. Oh, yeah, there's some damage on board, but still, somehow both teams staying completely alive. And this is a huge dive.
Chaotic going on in. The damage was there. Saw speed was taken very, very low. The tank was forced back, and that's going to be the opening that IQ are looking for, but they are losing players. The damage just... they could not follow up on it. They could not execute on it. Focus especially went huge on the Astromar. You can see him getting a bunch of the kills in the kill feed, and IQ are going to have to fall back and reset.
Yeah, I think that was a really nice dive, and there was really great coordination, right? Everybody pushing at the same time, but it just came down to who landed the most shots, and it was just all on the side of Mafty. Speaking of landing shots, Carl Sagan, of course, saying, nope, you cannot get within my sight range, especially when you got a big head like Dom.
Yeah, and not even a revive allowed after that knock. A full destruction there. You're going to have to give a little bit of seconds for Invictus to respawn back up. Carl Sagan's G maneuver does go off just for the information gathering. Amano's going to try and answer back, though, with the high ground, looking for headshots of their own. But you can see the traces of Carl Sagan's own sniper shots.
Just preemptively firing up there, just saying, nope, you're not even going to give you a chance. Amano, though, like I said, amazing shot. We've seen Amano get literally a 4-kill with 4 shots on this exact spot, however, it was on defense. And we are going to see, unfortunately, Amano go down as I talk about how good they are. But once again, it looks like this is going to be a pretty good... Oh, wait, no, not a good defensive hold. It was for a moment, but then they... Oh, no, it was. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
it is, totally.
But this is what I mean, like Mafty, they have their spacing. They know exactly how far back they need to go to stay safe. They even gave up the waypoint, allowed IQ to take that because it was essentially opening up the jaws, and then they closed it right on top of them. They only lost a few units. There's a bunch of G maneuvers at the ready for Mafty. IQ are still loading up their own. In fact, they even used some. Or no, Amano actually slipped away from the sniper, is on the Pale Rider, hoping that the mid-range DPS is going to help them out here. But it's not working out so far. We still see a lot of red in the kill feed.
Yeah, now we're going to see Chaotic go down. We're going to see, okay, literally every single person. Please, stop. I'm trying to say the names. You don't have to kill them all at once, please. Oh, no, this is a very tough hold, and this is what Mafty is so good at. Even when they lose players, even when they get a pick on the other side, they recover from every deficit so well, and that's been, I think, one of their greatest strengths over every single tournament that I've seen them in, is you cannot find that one opportunity. It looks like you have the opportunity, but you don't.
Whoa, I was going to say, the Trans Am at the ready for Chaotic. This might be the ability that they need to open this up, and there is a energy cable just shy of being charged up on the side of Blue Jay, so if they can combo that together, that could be the DPS that they need. That is a G maneuver activated elsewhere. Big Large drops arrow out. That's going to be a huge destruction of the DPS on the side of Mafty. So this could be the opening. The Trans Am goes in. Chaotic is trying to get the slashes through, but it's going to be countered out by the Screaming Nimbus from Enders. Disrupts the position, disrupts the approach. Waypoint has been captured. Chaotic does get a kill, but can they follow up with more positioning, more spacing?
Oh, they don't have much time, though. Despite the fact that they get this pick, they're still 5 up on the side of Mafty. 4 up now. Okay, they need to get this plant. This is their only chance. They're still holding a great defensive spot here. The Screaming Nimbus is going to be a great start to this push. The plant will go down, and this is their final opportunity.
Great use of the Screaming Nimbus, as you said, to clear the space and allow the arming of the Mega Charge. The problem is, can they hold it? There is no time for any mistakes. If the disarm comes through, that is round 1 dominated by Mafty, so IQ need to hold really strong. This is not a difficult position to hold, however, and it's going to be the Salsa BEG maneuver, the funnels activated to make sure that this hold sticks.
And Victus taking down Carl Sagan is going to be really nice. I'm going to see if we're going to see a switch from Carl Sagan now that we've gotten into this inside point. I feel like it's possible, but again, they're just holding that defensive position, trying to push back in through the side, right directly from their spawn, the fastest way back. 3/4 pretty much of the bomb have been planted, and here's their big push.
Good trades, Dom Trooper for Dom Trooper, and another Screaming Nimbus comes on in. Carl Sagan's getting a lot of kills with the sniper, even with the internal sight, even with the short range, and this is going to be the disarm coming on through, body blocking to allow it to happen, and it's gonna be committed with Mafty win round number 1, not giving IQ a single point.
I mean, at least they got some progress on the first bomb plant, but wow, that was an incredibly strong hold. You really love to see it, and I'm even seeing in chat that people are saying that, yeah, Carl Sagan just sticks Jim Sniper on this entire map, so that answers that question that I asked a few minutes ago. But hey, it showed that, like you said, even close range, the shots are incredible coming out of Carl Sagan. So beautiful stuff. It's just so hard. It's so hard to find that opportunity against Mafty. And now Mafty just needs to find one good opportunity, and this map is theirs.
Look at these damage numbers. A lot of good damage coming out of Mr. Big Large on the side of IQ, but it, as a team, pales in comparison to Mafty. It's a lot of team effort across the board. You're seeing Arrow, Carl Sagan, Ender's Focus, and David all with 5 digits there. It's just, you know, the potion, the healing. It's fine. You don't have to be high DPS for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if you have enough DPS, there's only enough life points to go around, right? You can only do so much DPS as a team. Somebody's gotta be a little bit lower. But it does look like there's a chance that we are going to see the RX-78 Gundam come out from Arrow, which is a pick that we've seen before, and one that's worked very well on this map in particular. It's going to be on the defense. It's going to be able to, of course, use that Hyper Hammer to shut down the shield ability of the Sazabi that Saris is playing on IQ's side. I'm really excited to see if that comes into play. But I mean, hey, if they just play how they played last game, I don't even know if they really need to do all that much extra.
All they need to do is just have the first site go up in flames, and that's going to be map number 1. But here comes the initial push. Unsurprisingly, IQ, Mr. Big Large is going to be forward, trying to drop a firebomb right at the exit of spawn. But immediately ground is going to be taken by Mafty. David up close with the shield at the ready, pressuring the site. No one's falling back from IQ just yet. Carl Sagan, you can see on the high ground, going to be playing on the opposing Ashmore as well, trying to find those angles from the sky. David taken very low, down to half HP, but it looks like the follow-up DPS is coming on in, trying to find the opening. Chaotic going to be rushing into the enemy lines a little too forward because he's going to get taken out. Arrow with a couple of shots though with the Gundam. Going to try and get revived here, but do they have the space available to take the waypoint?
Ooh, it looks like they certainly will, and now becomes the toughest part of the map, just being able to hold. Oh, nice shot coming out of Amano, finally able to pop off on some of those gym sniper skills, but all you can do at this point is delay, right? There's no mobility to be able to go and take that point back, and that's actually a huge stagger. This could be the push that gets the plant.
There are defenders here. It's going to lock them out of the main entrance. So the respawn timings have worked out in their favor, but Arrow is here up close. This laser weapon, is it mid-range, is it long-range? Who knows? The point is that Arrow is making it do damage, but he is now forced to fall away, looking for a med kit, looking for a med pack. The Mega Charge has yet to be armed. But a good drop onto Evictus. This could be the opening they're looking for. Hyper Hammer going to stall out the respawn.
I'm super surprised they actually haven't been able to get the plant down. Maybe they're just waiting to regroup, but they've got the positioning. We do see a little bit of an attempt there. However, that backwards angle that Chaotic is holding is just doing so well to stop them from ever getting anything specific off. But look at them, there's so many there, and this looks like Arrow will finally get the charge down, and they only need to get it to, I mean, pretty far, I guess, but they do not even need to fully destroy the Mega Charge.
Enders has been putting in a lot of work recently with this Dom Trooper. All this zoning with the rockets, with the lasers, and here comes the funnels from David. There's going to be a lot of area control possibilities. Going to be incredibly hard to push through. Shotgun shots come out. Still no real kills going in the way of IQ. Everything is going up Mafty right now, and David even falling away, finding some more HP, swinging around the side, and Carl Sagan here up close range with the Ashamar laser beam.
Oh yeah, the double punch is going to be huge there. The energy cable used, Arrow still has, just to be able to delay for the final few seconds, that napalm grenade, and there is a chance that you can throw it here in a spot where literally you just cannot disarm. I think that's what it's being saved for. This might be GG. There it is. It's thrown probably on the point just to guarantee that win. Nobody able to destroy it, and that is going to be GG with Mafty solidly taking map number 1.
Really, really comfortable play there from Mafty. Again, just the full team-wide effort is absolutely ridiculous from anyone to push through. It's going to have to be a hard-fought battle as we go into Flak Fort for IQ to take this back, because Mafty showed very few openings for any team to come back.
It's been their strength. I mean, I know I just keep repeating it basically, but it's just so incredible to see that every single time that there is any sort of opportunity, right? We've seen multiple times where teams have planted and set up defensively mega charges on destruction missions against Team Mafty, and you're like, okay, it looks like this is probably going to go off. But even with like 4 people left, they managed to somehow take out the entire team and just get the full disarm pretty quickly as well. Like, there's just no situation where they are out of basically winning any fight or any map. They're so solid. It's beautiful.
Yeah, we do have Flak Fort coming up next. Before we go to map number 2, though, we're going to go to a short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It wasn't that short. Okay, there we go. We are here in the winners finals now. Map number 2. Mafty did, wow, oh my god. Okay, it's still early. Mafty did nothing wrong. Went up 1-0 with their victory at Underground Command Center. Can IQ win Flak Fort and take us to a third map? I'm Cameron Davis, joined by Wonder Chef. Let's get into it.
Yeah, the first time we're seeing Flak Fort on broadcast today. Very strange. Again, this was the most common map for a very long time, but I'm glad to see it. It's always an entertaining map, and we used to call this pretty much the most neutral map. I'm not sure if the community actually agrees with that. I would love to see what they think, but it does show for sure the confidence that these teams have as far as holding, attacking. It's a pretty baseline check, and you could, ooh, I like the little flex there with the beta, the network test spray.
Yeah. Just looking, quickly browsing through the unit compositions right now. Mafty's squad, who, again, are starting on the defense, they are looking probably the most default that you can expect, especially from this map. Carl Sagan there on the turn A Gundam. I think this is probably the map that, at least to me, screams turn A the most. They have the long-ranged abilities to deal pressure on this initial long bridge, but then when they get into the actual site itself, the initial site, the close range, you always have that judo throw as a big, big threat.
It's so good, especially in that little inside area, right? This is a long range angle into a short range angle here, which is exactly what we're going to be seeing. And like you said, that just covers both of those so extremely well. And then, of course, we've seen how strong the butterfly G maneuver can be. But we're going to have a pretty safe push here. This door can be deadly. We've seen so many suits get downed just trying to walk past the door. Here's the push up through the side. This is a classic way to get into here, especially if you have a very strong mid-range game. But oh my gosh, what a pick.
Yeah, immediately Amana goes down, does get revived. But it's going to be a very, very strong, solid hold here from Mafty onto the side itself. They're going to let everyone walk in. Similar to what we saw in the previous map with the waypoint. They're going to let everyone walk in. It's about staying alive. That's going to be the real challenge, but there's a lot of damage coming out from the firebomb from Mr. Big Large. Enders goes down because of it. David is there for the trade, but Amano is there in the kill feed, getting a lot of sprays, shots. Here is the DPS that you need to see coming out from IQ in order to clear the area, and it's going to be a nice pick, a nice fight, and it looks like the site is getting close, but it's being contested right now.
This is going to be really hard to fully take this. There's still a decent amount of force on the side of Mafty, but it looks like they're actually just going to retreat. They're going to say, you know what, we don't want to get staggered and give them too strong of a push into the second point, which is something that we tend to see the really strong teams do. So great first start. Already, I would say IQ looking a lot stronger, but oh my gosh, once again, the pick on Amano and Invictus as well. They have lost all momentum walking up to the second point, which is fine by them, right? They've got tons of time, 4.5 minutes, but it's a great way to reset the offense here on the side of Mafty.
Yeah, and this is an incredibly difficult position for a lot of teams to push through this big maze before they even hit to the point itself. It's a lot of walls for the defense to hide behind. And Sarah's here on the Sazabi trying to push forward, but just taking a lot of damage, keeping his shield as healthy as possible. But you can't stick too heavily here. Mr. Big Large in the sky, trying to deal some chip damage to try and push the defense away.
Now, one of the greatest fears here is that Carl Sagan is almost at the G maneuver, and there it is. This can be in a full team wipe in this particular choke point. We've seen it a ton of times. There's not going to be a... Well, no, I'm sorry. The Method's ult is actually almost up. The G maneuver is almost up. So we might see that as a combo, but right now they don't even need it. They're just getting so many picks. They're playing so aggressively. David, of course, in front with that shield, being so hard to take down and being one of the, honestly, the damage leaders, I believe, from what we've seen so far. They're going to get the reset regardless.
Yeah, I mean, that funnel usage here by David, and of course, heavy damage coming out to keep IQ, push them back, not give them any spacing, and it's completely resetting the line of scrimmage from ever since that first initial site take on A. Going into B, it looks like not much progress has been made at all, but Amato has Hades at the ready, hasn't activated it just yet, and there it is. They want to fire the push, but the timing could not have been worse because Carl Sagan's Moonbeam Butterfly comes in for the counter. And it's just a lot of more kills going the way of Mafty.
They didn't even use the energy cable to combo into that. That is the classic, but they were just able to save it. And that is one of the smartest ways to play with G maneuvers, is to see, okay, my opponent just used one of their important G maneuvers. I have either Screaming Nimbus or Butterfly, and I can just completely counter your play with mine, make you waste resources for gaining absolutely nothing. Perfect play, and that is just going to put even more of a delay on IQ, who's now been about 2 minutes at this point without making any real progress in pushing.
Watch the flank. Arrow is swinging in from the side. Does get taken out, does get isolated, but it's still a lot of red in the kill feed. Mafty are still getting the kills and capitalizing off of the brief distraction. Devotion is pushing forward here on the Methus. Energy cable at the ready with behind David to make sure they get picked up a few of those final kills there off on the side. But 2 minutes left. IQ, they have yet to commit and execute a full successful fortified push.
They are going to have a lot of G maneuvers ready very, very soon. 3 up right now, could be 1 more, but right now, again, they're just getting flanked. They're getting pincered. They're just not able to find their way in. 2 of them down. It's going to be pretty much a full team wipe. It looks like they actually used a Screaming Nimbus a little bit earlier that maybe didn't really lead to anything. It's pretty unfortunate. They got some picks, but once again, they're just getting reset. They need to find some coordinated usage, I think, of their current G maneuvers. That punch is going to be huge that Mr. Big Large has. Chaotic has the, of course, that full clearing potential with the, again, I'm not going to try to pronounce it, but that G maneuver.
Elias system.
Thank you.
Just truncated to, it's the second part of that word that catches me up. Elias system. But yeah, the problem is Blue Jay also used their own Bean Magnum Ultimate, didn't seem to get anything out of it, counted out by Mafty's funnel usage on David. So every single G maneuver, as you said, just gets counted out. They use one, we'll use one in return. And Carl Sagan has Moonbeam Butterfly at the ready once again. You can hear the tick damage come on in. Not quite as many kills, and in fact, the Ashtamar is doing a lot of counter work, and now that Carl Sagan does get taken out, but Saris is traded in return. Chaotic at the Elias system. Is it going to be used?
From the sky, that was beautiful. Chaotic just jumping in, just getting a little pick, and now this is a potential here for the push of IQ. No David means that there's a lot of offensive potential, but just going into walls, I don't even know if that hit anything. Getting into the air is going to be nice. Being able to pick up Devotion as well. Chaotic making the plays here, getting them their first chance to push onto the point, but there have been some picks on the side of Mafty. I don't know if the players on IQ are in position to actually take this point.
Saris with the funnels at the ready. This is going to help clear out even more space. They've been getting the picks and they've been making the groundwork to actually get onto the site itself, but can they start to collect the point? We're down to no time. Not a single member was on the site itself, and round 1 is over with 0% on site number 2.
The push to point A was so strong, but then they just weren't able to break past that one particular choke point. It is tough, the kind of zigzag walls right there on the way to B. I think maybe they're just going to have to realize that they have to stack more G maneuvers, right? It's not to say that IQ is wasting G maneuvers, but against a team like Mafty, they maybe just need to use even more. Wow, look at the damage from, I mean, honestly, first of all, Mr. Big Large on the side of IQ, but on the other side, 26k from a turn A Gundam.
Listen, multiple Moonbeam Butterflies in a round will do that. And then, of course, it's not just the, it's actually all the damage coming from the sky, it seems like. It's Carl Sagan with the Moonbeam Butterflies, and then it's the 2 Ashtamars across both teams with the second most damage there after Carl Sagan. Again, finding those angles from the sky, and I think it's because of that sort of maze snake hallway heading into point number B, where a lot of the action is, and the only real way to get a lot of damage is to find a second angle. A mono or arrow as well on the Pale Riders didn't have as much damage because of those walls, and it's really hard to try and find angles and positions to be able to deliver that DPS to push through.
The first point here, they get so many good opportunities, but like you said, that little zigzag wall, it makes it really tough, especially if there's people flanking along the outside wall when they're pushed to B. But we just didn't see them get past that point. So that is definitely why we see a lot of damage from particular suits. Of course, the napalm grenade as well, just from Ashtamar, always is a huge damage boost. If you're trying to look for some cool stats, pretty much you can just use that and almost half the team damage.
So round number 2 starts. Once again, the defenders are not going to be holding the bridge. They're going to be giving this up and just play for the site itself. And immediately Mafty going to be pushing forward. Focus going to be going to the sky to try and find some information, potentially swing behind enemy lines. Carl Sagan here with the turn A, trying to get some damage with the charged laser beams, throwing those trash away. Turn A, the biggest litter bug in all of Gundam Evolution. But they're going to be pushing on in, trying to find a way to make through this ramp up.
Oh, but the duel behind point A is going to be Mr. Big Large versus Focus, two of the best Ashimars that we've seen on broadcast, and Mr. Big Large is going to win that with the help of that health pack, and that means that there is going to be a chance of a flank here, and that's going to be the flank that probably secures them this point, as it looks like there's going to be about 5 players for the side of IQ to only about 2 or 3 left on the side of Mafty.
Yeah, so not quite as successful of an initial push here on the second round, but there is still 3 minutes remaining for Mafty to recover and try and go for second, third, potentially even 4th attempt here. Sarah's taken very, very low, actually gets caught in a crossfire that is seemingly unexpected. And the revive can't even happen because the beat is pushing up on the high ground. Does get traded in return, but the damage coming out with Focus finalizing a lot of these kills on the Ashimar is gonna give them the point on the second attempt.
This was a lot slower, though. I mean, actually, there's still a chance to fight back. This is Mafty, although, yeah, there are just too many people gone. This is already confidence that this is going to be taken. But this is a lot, like I said, longer than it took for IQ to take that first point. So they're not in the worst position in the world. They just have to now defend, once again, this very important choke point.
Good firebomb from Focus. Deal some damage, try and get them space in this snake hallway. They've been able to gain some initial area. The question is, can IQ start to push them back? There is a punch at the ready for Mr. Big Large, but that's the only G maneuver, and it's going to be activated. Doesn't find a lot. Focus, Mr. Big Large is going to get taken out. Arrow following up with the Hades to try and answer back, and the damage coming in. Saris goes down. Arrow pushing forward, just beaming all the kids in the head, and they're taking the high ground. Ooh. And they're able to actually make it onto the site. Cole Sagan with a Moonbeam Butterfly to finish off any stragglers.
Almost unnecessary at that point. All right, this is going to be another duel. Mr. Big Large is trying to take out Carl Sagan, at least stop one player from being able to support this defense, but all they needed was 1 tick. There just wasn't enough progress on the side of IQ on the offense, and that is going to be Mafty taking map number 2 and moving into grand finals.
Man, Mafty, they are just looking super, super strong. We saw IQ yesterday in their matches. Like, well, okay, are these guys actually going to challenge Mafty? But then when they go head-to-head, it's a completely different story. Mafty's just teamwork seems to have seemingly no holds. The only mistake that you could say is that they had to go for a second attempt on the Flak Fort A, and that was just because Mr. Big Large beat Focus in that 1v1 with the help of the health pack. I think if that didn't happen, if Focus were able to win that, it would have been even faster of a round completion.
I have to agree with you on that. It really came down to just a few little individual fights, just delay it slightly, but I just don't know who can beat Mafty right now. We're looking at a titan of the scene currently. This is just how they played last broadcast. This is how they looked when they played. Like I said, this is a combination of most of Mafty from the Gundam Showdown, from the Evolution Showdown, and then some of the first place team, Toto 1010 fans. So just a combination of how both of those teams played. That's exactly how this is looking. They are for sure earning their spots in all of these grand finals. We got to see which of these teams is going to be the one to step it up. But there are only 2 of them left as we move into our losers finals after
there are still 3 left here. There are still 3 left. Well, IQ are not eliminated just yet. They are now going down into the losers bracket to face off against Last Second. Whoever wins between that matchup is going to be facing Mafty in the grand finals. This is a match we haven't seen before coming up between IQ and Last Second. They have yet to face each other in this iteration. Again, Tekka and IQ in previous events, yes. But in this particular bracket, IQ and Last Second have yet to face off against each other.
Right. So we'll see which one of these actually has the ability to make that adaptation. When we did see this last time, if we look back at the previous broadcast, it was Tekka Dynasty that came out just barely on top. But again, this is such a different Tekka Dynasty, basically in the form of Last Second, that we can't almost even compare it. There's only about 2 similar players, so we'll have to see. But of course, that does mean that there's only 2 games left to go today. It's going to be losers finals and grand finals, but we're going to move to losers finals after we take a short break. So don't go anywhere, because we're going to have Last Second going up against IQ right after this. Cool. Yeah, so go ahead. Oh, I was just going to Yes, it is. Again, yeah. Sorry, I think maybe I miscommunicated, but I was trying to say like there's only 2 teams left to be.
G maneuvers at the ready on the defensive side. The attackers have used up so many of theirs, though. I don't know if it's going to be able to get traded and countered out.
Almost every single team in any of these tournaments take that A point. It's inevitable, but so many teams have fallen at this particular choke.
Yeah, this is really where the game begins. A nice pick from Royal Fat Man, and the team is pushing on in.
Going to be tough for them to fully hold this. They move forward. Okay, this is going to be a huge delay at least. We're going to see 2 suits, 3, 4 suits, 5 suits taken down. Oh my gosh!
Killer Brothers also finding a heal you can see on the left side, but Boom Diggle's trying to come in and trying to get the discharge, but here comes Jay Slay dropping down with the Sazabi. Heavy damage. Shield at the ready to not get taken out. It's going to be the Pale Rider as well, getting 3 kills in the kill feed to clear the area, defend the area.
That's actually incredible. They managed to get that disarm off. That was kind of a sneaky little option. This is also a tough one. You're so out in the open if you're trying to defuse here. Nice! The Hades gonna take down Fuerte, gonna take down Bone Skill, the Bone Kill. There are just so many. Yes, that is exactly what you want to get out of that G maneuver.
Want to overcommit onto that one. You don't want to get too antsy. You're like, oh, I have my G maneuver. I need to use it right now. That's an easy way to sort of throw a lead that you have away. But Invictus unlocks there as Hades takes down the opposing Gundam and swings down the lower side. Understands exactly where the attack is coming from. Finds the angles, finds the damage, and gets all of the kills. Even following up with the Hades. And you saw Killer Umbrellas on 6 HP with the Barbatos right in his face. But here it is going to be the Moonbeam G maneuver at the ready. This is such a strong position for it to be used, and it's the whole reason you could argue why this unit is picked. Not a lot of kills with it, but it's the damage and the DPS right now. But the angles aren't exactly there to be revealed. That's because they've been taking out so many members finally of IQ. IQ are falling away, and they're not even dying. They're just giving up the sight, but Invictus wants to kill them, wants to take them out.
Take down 1, needs to get more than that. Jay Slay is going to take down Nox as well. That's their tank going down, but they just weren't able to get the more than even 1 kill with that Hades.
Yeah, the Red Protocol on the Ashamar is doing absolutely amazing work here. Takes very low, has to fall away, but is able to retreat to a position where a med pack is. Is also able to get the revive. No, Tilter is there to try and at least make it a full 1-for-1 trade. But now Red Protocol does finally Merle with the Screaming Nimbus, now waiting for the health pack to respawn for him to get that HP back up into territory that he can come back and approach. But Invictus here swinging on in with his Hades activated, dealing a lot of damage, doing a lot of work for skill issue. Someone to get onto the Mega Charge.
But going down without getting a chance to use it. But still only 4 seconds left, and there's just so much chasing. Yeah, you're not going to be able to get that pickup. The arm is going to go off just barely on B, but there's just too many people here. Gasman at 50% trying to disarm is going to get it off just barely in time. I'm something wrong with that, but I do think so. And they've switched completely. Yeah, there's so many different switches. The flexibility of this team, and there's the first sniper pick, Red Protocol, and 2 from Red Protocol. Killer Umbrellas.
Again, maybe temper your aggression just a little bit. But that's going to be Killer Umbrellas swinging around the Ashamar. Good aggressive maneuver, and then the Bone Kill as well.
It's again sniped out of the air, I think. Red Protocol, though, finally going down. However, there are just so many players down with 10 seconds left. We need to see somebody make it to the point, and I don't even know if anybody's close enough. Oh, the counter push is just going to add insult to injury, and that is going to be that.
ground, but this might actually work out for him. The Zanabi's battling, but it's going to be the Exia coming in to pick up 2. Pale Rider pushing forward off of that, but he will end up going down. D, though, trades away his life as the fight still takes place on the point. Duke still in Trans Am right now. It will end, and that is the defensive hold. Trans Am now going in for Duke. He's extremely low HP, though, and he will fall, but he's done enough to open up the point. I believe 1 player, maybe 2, still remaining there on the defense for Gundam Unicorn, and the Hades will be expelled now. Trans Am is going to get shut down in just a moment, but they're not able to finish off this Exia quite yet. James gets some value, but the defenders are still coming back in.
Oh, yeah, they are just making their way back. Like Bozos are pretty grouped up here. They need to find a way to retake this. Oh, and look at a lot of low HP. Suits on the bottom, but the melee did not hit the Sazabi shield. The Sazabi shield was able to stay up around everybody's line of sights.
Oh, they're waiting for that engage, and there it is. The dash on in to take out Focus. You're seeing the kind of attention that right now Gundam Unicorn are putting on to getting to that health pack to the point in time to contest, and he finds Enders there.
Point, so Bozos isn't going to be getting anything out of this. Things are pretty much all tied up, and we're going to be for the very first time, I believe, in this round.
That is a Hades being committed by Gundam Unicorn and Nimbus. The high ground has been established, though, for this Hades now. As Tizen goes in on the field, the Hades will be enough to clean up Gundam Unicorn. The defense is holding a little bit stronger there, especially with the Trans Am coming in and Exia flank coming out from Team Bozos. That's going to be Duke in the back line, pulling them back. They do find a knock onto Spoon. That's the Gundam Unicorn going down. Ashermore now in. Along with James on the Exia, and that's
I believe in the low ground. We've seen them hold that position at least to be the one who captures a decent amount, but wow, this is aggressive.
They are pushing all the way up the spawn essentially here. They only lose out on their Dom throughout all of this. It's basically a 6-for-1 exchange.
They decided, oh, let's back up. Let's regroup first. We see some people are coming back up, but here we go. They are trapped in this hallway. This can be such a deadly place to fight, but it looks like the Pale Riders are going to go down. Tism not...
Lanfest is community. Lanfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. Lanfest is charity. Charity is at the core of what Lanfest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. Lanfest is gaming. Come join Lanfest.
Hello, everyone. Whew, caught me off guard a little bit. Hello, welcome to the losers final here at the Gundam Evolution Breakout Series Event number 2. We have IQ versus Last Second ready to go to see who is going to be facing Mafty. Did nothing wrong in the grand final. My name is Cameron Davis, and I am joined by Wonder Chef. And listen, this is going to be a big one, Chef. This is going to be a really, really big one.
This is really similar to what we saw in the last event, but of course, like I said, the roster very different. And I think I need to clarify, right? We talked about Last Second as somewhat an amalgamation of what Team Tekka Dynasty was, but technically it's a lot of players that even though they were Team Tekka Dynasty players, they're not anymore. So it's a little bit confusing. However, the situation is the same, right? In our previous tournament, we had Mafty sitting at the top undefeated, having defeated both of the teams that are sitting in losers finals, and that's how we're seeing it again today. However, this time around, IQ, of course, made it all the way through the winners bracket, knocked down into losers in the very final match. In the other direction, Last Second has had to play the maximum number of matches in the bracket, losing in the second round to Team Mafty, and then playing the maximum number of losers bracket matches.
Yeah, and the thing is, between IQ and Last Second, I think it's going to be really, really hard to figure out who is kind of the favorite coming into this, because so far, the only maps that either of these teams have lost has been against Mafty. So this really could go either way.
Yeah, and I know that's such a classic thing to say, but I really truly feel like this is going to be one of our closest matches of the entire tournament, which we have had a lot of 2-0s. That is kind of a classic thing at this point in Gundam Evolution tournaments, but I really feel like this is going to be a close one. Of course, it is going to be 2 out of 3 until we get to grand finals, which will then be 3 out of 5, but they have to earn that spot, and we are going to see what they picked, what they banned. First, bans coming out from really opposite directions here with the Underground Command Center and then the Colony Trading Post, but it does look like that we're going to go back to Quarry and Flak Fort, which are some pretty common picks.
Yeah, and then the third map, Mountain R&D Center. I don't think we've seen that yet on broadcast.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't think we've seen it yet at all. We've also never seen a map 3. So one of these is going to be I guess it'll be broken at some point. Who knows?
Right. Yeah, it has been the deciding map for a few of our series this weekend, but never has it gone the distance. So I would like to see it, and I think, again, this is probably the one that if we're going to see it, it will be this particular set. But starting off with Quarry, again, one of the more commonly picked ones this tournament, and then Flak Fort, which was strangely almost not played at all over the past day. However, we're seeing it now 2 sets in a row.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm excited. There's really nothing more I think that needs to be said about this. It's all gonna lie up to who can just get those team comp pushes more successfully, right? Like we can see, and I think it's hard to say, hey, you should play like this other team because you can only play as good as you are. But looking at Mafty, what makes them so strong is just the fact that the coordination is at a level that you never see from anyone else. From IQ and Last Second, from all the times that we've seen them like really, really dominate, it was a lot easier to identify, particularly the damage coming out from their main carries. But I wonder if that means that the team coordination is at a level lower than Mafty, and that's sort of like where they would next want to look to level up their game in order to have as strong of a showing.
It seems to me like Mafty just also has the game plan down in every situation. There's zero hesitation, no matter what the spot of which map, of which, attacking or defending, which side they're on. They just always know exactly what they want to do. And I'm assuming that there's not a whole lot of muddiness in their comms when it comes to that. They just know exactly where they should be, what they should be doing when the aggressiveness needs to go on. And that's why they basically have, like you said, they've basically made no mistakes, aka Team Mafty has done nothing wrong.
Has done nothing. Okay, but anyway, let's really refocus on IQ and Last Second on this. It's Mafty is there like the god in the sky, right? That everyone tries to like achieve to become. But at the moment, IQ and Last Second, they are definitely the teams that are the closest to achieving that greatness. And when you look at the individual players on both of these teams, it's really easy. Maybe this is just my bias being a DPS player in this game, but I immediately look towards, on the side of IQ, X-Minute and Amano, and then on the side of Last Second, you have Red Protocol and Batty as like the two main range DPS there. Sure, you have the tip of the spear illusion that I use with Chaotic and Gasman as their respective melee units, but really it's just going to be, can you get the Pale Rider into a position to unload a bunch of damage, and can your Ashamar find the angles to follow up with even more?
It's going to be tough just based on the fact that you mentioned that they have such strong mid-range DPS, which can be the option to shut down those melee trying to get in. But this, I think as far as teams go, they're pretty balanced comps on both sides. We are seeing, we're seeing off the bat on offense, we see the highlighted gun tank. I'm not expecting that we're actually going to see that, although we did see that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, we did. We saw a gun tank map number 1 on this very map yesterday. So maybe some meta evolution is coming into play here.
You know, I would love to see it. Always, of course, a big gun tank fan, but yeah, this is more what I expected. We are going to have, this is actually a classic match that we saw of the Barbados mirror, Gasman versus Chaotic, and actually we saw it on this map as well last broadcast. This is usually really, really good to see these two particular Barbados players clash.
So Last Second now pushing in, waiting to push through that initial choke point. Will they be prepared? You can see the two Barbies there up on the high ground fighting each other out. It's going to be Gasman with the advantage on this one, and he's going to use that opportunity to push in, try and isolate the Sazabi. Can't quite get the stun forced away, but you can see, ooh, the initial IQ Sazabi with a couple of kills, but then it's blue in the kill feed. Gasman's continuing to push on in. It's a lot of space being cleared right now.
Oh, Gasman putting in so much work. This is a map that is, I would say, pretty famously good for Barbados, just with how the walls work, how the verticality of some of the other points work, and Gasman really showing exactly why as they get nearly a full team wipe to get that first waypoint, and it looks like A may be the go-to for team Last Second.
I imagine because they got so many units destroyed on the side of IQ in very quick succession that they assumed that an opening would be on the big open site. However, it looks like the defense is here to keep that plan from happening. And because of the respawns, because of this reset that we're seeing, Last Second might need to change their plan and instead focus on the tried and true approach onto B.
Well, right now, I think they need to worry about defending this waypoint. There's a really aggressive counter push here from the defense, trying to retake this. That really delays their game plan by so much if it actually works, but in this case, it actually just staggered Saris a little bit. However, the punch coming out, ooh, that was huge.
That was very, very ambitious. Does get a knock onto iRobot, but that's going to be revived. Mr. Big Large does go down. It's the current 6 versus 5 advantage, and it looks like, no, I was wrong. Last Second, they just really want to plant on A.
Well, they did get the 2 picks, which is nice. That's now the second punch that we've seen that was just been the juiciest punch that led to nothing because there's nobody else around. That's the curse of this tournament. But they have got the plant down on A. Now, this is an infamously very difficult spot to get the disarm on because the sidelines are so huge, but I love this battle below it currently.
Morrow with 2 kills there coming out the Dom Trooper on the side of Last Second, but it is going to be favorable trades here for IQ. They can't get onto the disarm because of Merle. That splash damage is absolutely huge, but the disarm does go through in the end. Merle is forced to back away. He has the Screaming Nimbus at the ready, but with no teammates around him, it would just be a waste. So at the moment, he's just trying to survive, stay alive, but if he does have to die in the end, well, they can just reset. There's enough time, but no, the Screaming Nimbus was called in. Can the rest of Last Second follow up?
Ooh, that's so painful to die in the middle of that, although we're going to see another duel here. All right, in the middle of this area is one of the best places to be at Barbados. There's such tiny little hallways, but it looks like Gasman actually is just going to retreat and try to reset with the team, which I think is a really smart choice. We see a lot of overcommitting melees, even from a lot of really strong teams, so being able to play with your team, play safe, is a very good trait to have.
Under a minute and a half left. This Dom Trooper is being isolated, being taken out as well. So Invictus perhaps pushed a little too far forward by themselves. Mr. Big Large as well getting taken out. So advantage in units for Last Second. They need to get the plant. We have a minute left. Amano here with the Hades at the ready, though, is ready to rain Hellfire back onto the opposition. Knocks body blocks, but Chaotic with a huge slam to get multiple knocks, followed up by a Screaming Nimbus to keep the Mega Charge from getting armed.
That is such a... Anytime that you can get a double with the slam on Barb, it is just one of the best feelings in the world. But this hold has been working so well. There's a lot of opportunities for Last Second to get the plants, but they're just so short of being able to get the plant and then get a defensive position to hold it. And right now, Merle, once again, is kind of forward as far as the rest of the team. Needs some backup here, probably, but they only have 30 seconds left to plant.
Our robot is there with the healing on the energy cables, but Nox is pushing up, trying to zone with the big unit of the Sazabi. And this might have actually been a little bit of a bait, faking towards A, but instead planting on B. It's activated, but any defuse that comes in now is going to be the end of the round. So Last Second need to defend this. Blue Jay with the Beam Magnum is going to try and zone, and the funnel's coming out, but it's getting shut down. Everyone's getting shut down, actually. It's very few units remaining on either side. Amato's trying to come in with the Pale Rider, trying to deal all the damage.
Oh, wow, actually managed to get back up to the second floor. And there's an attempt here to disarm, but the butterfly is gonna be above. There's no way to avoid it. They didn't manage to get any knocks, but at the very minimum, it delayed the disarm for a while. Hopefully some teammates can get back. And Nostalgia just sitting here, unable to die, until the G maneuver from the Barbados, which is only gonna get one down.
10 seconds left. Can the disarm come in time? The respawns are all here. And now Mr. Big Large goes down. Oh, they can't get on it. 3 seconds left. They have to stick, but the spacing is there. The freeze is there. And the first target has been destroyed just in time. Last second. Well, living up to their namesake.
Hey, you know, if you name yourself that, you got to play by your own rules. But we'll see if they can maybe get the arm a little bit faster than Last Second this time, because that was extremely close. That was a brawl all the way down to the end. But this is, again, a very different point as expected for most of the destruction missions. They are going to immediately, try to get the waypoint, get baited a little bit by Mr. Big Large, once again winning the Ashmar to Ashmar duel.
Mr. Big Large is doing a lot of work there, a little bit on the flank, a little bit on a sneaky little assassin character, but now Gasman continuing to try to push him with the Barbatos, using the health pack to stay alive, not trying to get isolated himself down to 344 HP. The plant is being attempted here on the lower side, but Gasman tries to stall, it does get taken out.
Oh, yeah, that AoE damage from the Dom in that little area right there is always going to be huge. You can see Merle getting a few knocks, but, the entire kill feed turns red, as it's going to be almost an entire team wipe here. Gasman, once again, the only one with that extra little bit of movement just to be able to stay alive, or maybe he was actually already running back, but regardless, full reset, and it looks like it might have to be another Last Second plan with only a minute left, and now a stagger onto Gasman.
Yeah, Gasman taken out, and the teams were just a bit too far behind to try and follow up on the space that he was trying to create. And so they got to wait for his respawn to even things up. Mr. Big Large with a punch onto our robot. Merle is there for his own response, but it's still, again, red in the kill feed. IQ are holding strong. They're not letting Last Second get anywhere near the site for the Mega Charge plant.
IQ also has two of the strongest G maneuvers as far as holding a site with the Hades and the Screaming Nimbus. And on the side of Last Second, they have literally nothing. Literally no G maneuvers. This is going to be one of the most difficult pushes. And oh my gosh, there it is. That's going to chunk a ton of the team. Actually, Merle picked it up. Oh, I did not even realize. It must have been a visual bug, but Merle actually had the Screaming Nimbus.
Yeah, Nox as well used his funnels to try and clear this space with the 2 G maneuvers. There's not a lot of time for them to go on in, but they do get the Mega Charge activated. There's a little bit of blue in the kill feed as well. Chaotic goes down. Saris and Mr. Big Large only 2 members up, but as you said, Invictus is respawned on the Dom Trooper for the side of IQ. Screaming Nimbus at the ready. Blue Jays Beam Magnum also available, and here comes the Screaming Nimbus pushing on in, trying to push everyone out of the way, disrupting the hold.
Oh yeah, so many G maneuvers actually now being popped. You can see the Hades, but that is going to be the disarm. That will not be a Last Second plant that is successful. They finally managed to get it. It seems like the skirmish happened a little bit too far away from the actual bomb site there at the end. Somebody was able to sneakily discharge while all the G maneuvers were going off. But hey, at least you get to the second point. At least you get a little bit on that second point. So if they can just stop the plant from getting at all, any sort of progress, then we can still see a defensive win here.
These are some really big numbers coming out from some of the players. Mr. Big Large and Red Protocol as the 2 Ashmars, of course, really racking up those damage numbers. But I'm not surprised, I suppose, because this really is just what Quarry seems to be. But I like to see the Dom Trooper at the top as well, with Merle and Invictus also having large damage numbers. The one big thing that I'm seeing that's kind of favoring IQ at the moment is that their mid-range carry, Amano, is out DPSing Nostalgia on Last Second.
Amano is just, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm a big fan of Amano, I think, from especially the last broadcast, but I just constantly say a lot of good stuff about them. They are a great gym sniper and, of course, the Pale Rider. Oh, I love this. So this is a strategy that we saw yesterday just to build a lot of that G maneuver charge, get a little bit of extra damage, especially when you combine it with something like, oh, well, I actually don't have a flame grenade. We actually see the new Gundam coming out from Red Protocol right now. That is an interesting pick, and we know that it's for sure because they're on the defense.
Yeah, and we've seen the new Gundam before, but that was mostly utilized with the fin barrier for a push. But they're on the defense with it, so I'm really curious to see how they're going to be utilizing if they're picking it for the G maneuver or for any other reason. But now the initial push does come on in 6% ult charge for Moral because of those mines.
Yeah, I mean, just getting that ult faster, the G maneuver faster is so good. And you can see Chaotic is hiding back here behind this wall, ready to jump over, ready to potentially get a pick as soon as the positioning is correct. Sitting behind this box is just a classic defensive position, but Gasman does go down, and that means that it's time for Chaotic to push in. And look at this, the entirety of Team Last Second has actually already been pushed back to B.
Yeah, they lost Gasman to Chaotic in that initial Barbie fight, and they're just going to give up the waypoint. They're not going to try and get staggered. They're not going to try and have uncoordinated respawns. Ooh, but Chaotic's continuing to push on in. He's going to get eliminated. This could be some space for Last Second to try and answer back with positioning of their own and not allow the plant to come on in. But, ooh, Barbie trying to make an opening. Doesn't die, but doesn't get a kill either. But Nox is going to be trying to follow up on that damage.
This could be a really strong counter push here, but both sides pretty weak as far as health goes. Yeah, you see Nox having to back up, get a little bit of health back from the health pack, and just rotate over to A. It does seem like, once again, this is a little bit of a split push. Mr. Big Large, of course, going to be flying around in that vertical space, trying to sneak some things, but going down to the funnels from Red Protocol.
3 minutes remaining.
Red Protocol and Nostalgia all getting a couple of kills. Blue Jays answering back on the Unicorn Gundam, but our robot... Listen, it's a fight. It's a fight of the heals. Fight of the healing units. But yeah, there's just a lot of blue in the kill feed. IQ is not able to make any headway, not really able to find any opening. Robot has the energy cables at the ready. Wonder who they're going to try and combo that with. But at the moment, it's just time to wait.
Yeah, that is actually really curious who they will combo it with. This is not a particularly great spot unless you manage to plant on A to use that butterfly. Plus, it's only at 50%. You don't really want to hold on to it forever. And the other G maneuver they have is a defensive G maneuver. It does do a little bit of damage, but they're in a weird spot as far as that goes. They're just going to have to expect somebody to aim really well. Maybe just nostalgia. It's hard to say.
It could be Nox on the Sazabi with the funnel. They're not that far from their own G maneuver, but another fight's coming on in. IQ is still trying to find these openings. A good dodge using the bazooka on Red Protocol to avoid the longsword of the Barbatos. And oh, but Amano is coming up huge right now on the Pale Rider. We called him out yesterday, we called him out today, and he is making it work once again. Always be ready for Amano to deal the damage necessary to get the round victory. Can they hold on to the Mega Charge site? That's the big question.
Well, okay, you know what? That is one way to try to take things back. Merle with the Screaming Nimbus, and then, of course, the follow-up. That is going to be a few downs, but all using this defensively to disarm. That's so cool. That's so smart. And they fully get the disarm with the new Gundam G maneuver. That is sick.
And they even follow up after that to clear out the entirety of IQ, so they not even a moment to attempt for a second rearm. They're gonna have to regroup outside and make another attempt. There's only a minute left. Fortunately, can Red Protocol get the fin funnel barrier charged up in time? Already at 20%, so it's possible, but the funnel is coming in from Saris to try and retake that space.
And the only one close to G maneuver here is Gasman, but Gasman's going down before even getting a chance to use it. Looks like this may have actually been activated, but oh, this is going to be tough. Only 40 seconds left now on the side of IQ. They do have a few picks, but they're just not fully in control of this spot. They're going to get another pick. This is their last opportunity here. I don't know if anybody's hanging out in the second level, but Chaotic will be jumping up, trying to defend that, though there are just too many people respawning and running back. 20 seconds left, and the yeet! Oh, not quite to the high level. Very unfortunate. Nostalgia living with basically 1 HP.
plant must be going down.
I think
the time. Okay, the timer was broken. It's okay. We're back onto this. There is very little time, and Invictus is even going to come on in, trying to clear the space, and the Mega Charge has been planted on B just in time. But can they hold it? No, it's on A. It's on A. That was a big distraction. Invictus tried to just clear everyone out. Everything is going upside. Everything is going topsy-turvy. No one knows where anything is.
This feels like very much exactly what happened in the last game. It's just brawls on both sides, weird plants on both sides, but this time it's going to be a decent defensive position for IQ, as most of them have run back, and now they're going to have to fight against Last Second, sitting on that high ground, but they're already at 50% of this charge.
Good hold there. Merle pushing forward on the Dom Trooper, zoning everyone away those rockets. Amano trying to go up huge, activated the Hades, but not a lot of angles being presented, ignoring the Sazabi because that's not the main unit. But Sazabi wants the fight, Nox wants the fight, trying to isolate Amano. 5 seconds left, someone needs to try and stick the defuse. And Amano's not going to let that happen. In fact, everyone is already retreating because of the chance of them defusing that in time was so low. They're just going to position themselves and ready to defend point number 2.
Are we just watching a replay of the first round of this map? No, it's the exact same thing. But now this is actually a really great spot for IQ. Last Second, didn't really get that much on the, I want to say it was like 3% or something as far as their plan, 5%. So really, IQ doesn't need to get that far to be able to take this. Oh, it actually went up to about 40%. That went way further than I thought, but still, it's not a ton.
Yeah, it's not a lot. He's got to hit about halfway and they'll be good to go. Chaotix trying to come on in, hits a lot with the long sword, tries to follow with a slam, does get a kill on to Merle, but has to fall away, cannot overcommit onto that.
Ooh, and with the waypoint taken so quickly, this is a really tough defensive position now for Last Second. They've got some nice angles, but there are already so many members of Team IQ on that high ground that they might just be able to get the plant. And look at that, Gasman going down. Mr. Big Large is the only one with a G mover on the side of IQ. This actually could be really tough.
Mega Charge gets armed. Merle swings on in with the Screaming Nimbus to just get that Sazabi taken out of commission. Big Large used the punch. Has to fall away, can't commit too heavily. Got a couple of kills off of it though, but Last Second are answering back with even more kills of their own. Red Protocol used their Fin Funnel Barrier as well to finish that push. And now they're gonna have to reset because the Mega Charge has been disarmed.
This has been some really great new Gundam play. I think we can pretty much say this is the best new Gundam play that we've seen throughout the entirety of the Breakout series so far. I'm super pumped to see it. And you can see now just holding this high ground, not allowing any sort of push in through either of the main directions that they want to go. Gasman is going to be able to get away. It's been the slipperiness of actually both these Barbadoses that have been working really well.
Yeah, Gasman, he just got 1 kill backs away. The whole point is to not to try and team wipe, but to just try and keep them staggered and unable to front a full assault, but the trades are there, the backup is there. They're able to take out Gasman, remove him from commission for a little bit, and see if they can follow up even more. A couple of cheap maneuvers being activated. We got the Hades, we got the Fin, we got the Moonbeam Butterfly as well, but Amano says no to that, drops the bug out of the air, and now the Mega Charge has been planted on the lower site.
Ooh, yeah, great stuff from Amano, being able to get that correct angle. Definitely, threw on the SNES and played some Duck Hunt to be ready for that one. But now they've got the perfect position here, and they only need about 20% more on this disarm. This needs to be an immediate push. There is zero chance here for the defense. Oh, but there's so many players going down on the side of IQ. Only 3 of them left. They just need to defend it for a few more seconds, and that will be enough as they take it, barely out timing the amount of time on that Mega Charge and technically taking it 2-0.
Yeah, the final Screaming Nimbus to give them the space to not allow anyone to disarm that Mega Charge, and it is going to be IQ there with the victory, taking map number 1.
Yeah, and you saw Amano there as the MVP. That's no real surprise to me. I don't know. I just constantly up talking Amano, but like it's proven to be correct, right? I mean, okay, everybody on both these teams is great, but Amano has just constantly shown us the 6 shots, the game making plays for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what I really like about that map in particular is that you started to see the melee units be incredibly effective. Oftentimes, I think melee units can be a bit misjudged because they die a lot, but that's because they're there not necessarily to get kills, but to try and just create space for the rest of the team to follow up and get the kills after that. But it's a very thin line that melee units have to ride in order to not overextend, to not give their life away for no benefit of their team. You saw it from both of the Barbatos in that round that they were able to try and stay alive, Gasman and Chaotic, but also just get a pick or two, but then back away. And I think on that particular map, Barbatos was very effective for both squads.
We've seen it quite a few times, just how strong it can be on that map in particular, both on offense and defense. But we are going to be moving, of course, now on to the second map. Before we do that, we are going to be going to a short break, so don't go anywhere, because when we get back, there's a chance that we will be seeing who will make it to the grand finals.
Welcome back, everyone. We were here at map number 2 in the losers finals between IQ and Last Second. IQ took map number 1 in very, very exciting fashion. Are we going to see another 2-0 clean sweep, or is Flak Fort going to be Last Second's opportunity to mount a comeback and try and face Mafty in the grand finals.
The mission is
Hey, I am completely unbiased here. I want to see a game 3. I think these two teams are so close to each other. I mean, we saw literally last-second plans from both sides, not just last second, to be able to get past that first point in the last game. And we saw just very barely either side either managing to make it or not. There's the gun tank woos. Let's go. Can we get some gun tank woos in chat? That's 3 of them.
Chat, everyone.
4 of them. Let's go. All right, first team to get all 6 is I don't know.
5.
They're gonna win prize. Oh, they have 5. They're 1 away.
5, yeah.
Who on
They
your
gotta finish
team?
the pyramid.
Yeah, whichever team doesn't have it, or person on the team gets kicked off. That's the rule. There's no getting around it. But you know what? The 6th one is the actual golden gun tank, so I appreciate that. Shout outs to them. They gotta switch to right. Are we actually gonna see it? No, it's gotta be.
It's a golden gun tank. You gotta play golden gun tank.
Oh, well, you know what? I still truly appreciate it. But here we go. It is going to be last second on the offense here on Flak Fort. Of course, this first point usually doesn't really get, I guess you don't get checked too much running up. But once you get to this door, that's when the battle begins.
Yeah, it's all close range. It's all a boxing brawl. They're not even putting on the gloves. It's going to be that deadly. Nox pushing in. Chaotic with the first kill onto Murrow. That could be huge for an opening. For the defense, at least in Chaotic, he just needs to get disrupted. He's going to swing around the side and just make sure that no one can push on in. We saw a few robo feet touch the point, but nothing really going to stick.
Yeah, this high ground positioning is really strong with Amano and Blue Jay just sitting up here, and Mr. Big Large as well. All of their mid-range units in a spot that is so hard to actually get a full kill on, with the Unicorn in particular being able to cover any sort of damage that they do get. So they can play very safe. Also the healing that the Pale Rider can bring out. I love that positioning.
Gasman trying to sneak around the side, spots the Sazumi, goes for a stun and a knock, but can't quite get the kill. In fact, gets zoned out and beamed down by Mr. Big Large, who's coming on in and just doing a lot of work. This is Ashimar's map. Mr. Big Large is reminding us of that fact.
Oh, Mr. Big Large has been a big MVP in a lot of their games so far, but wow, that is basically a full team wipe. That is going to be a full reset. And again, their positioning in here is huge. That can be so hard to push through. When we've seen the really strong teams defend on Flak Fort, it has been a complete wall. Just being able to hit from a bunch of different high ground angles at the same time. It is not an easy thing to be able to push through.
I'm waiting for Red Protocol to use Ashmore, try and swing around and find a separate angle, even for a distraction, but already taken down to 10% HP. Got to take some time to heal back up. They can't even get a push in on the side of last second. Saris drops Gasman, so that's going to be the other flanker that you'd want to really utilize to create an opening removed.
Oh, the aggressive push out. Actually, he'll take quite a bit of damage, Saris is, from the back, getting flanked right there, but just making sure that Nox goes down and that there's, again, a little bit more of a delay. Oh, wow, just holding this high angle. This is actually a great spot for Chaotic. I like either up here. Oh, the duel. Oh, the duel where everybody's just going to whiff. Nobody actually won that one.
So Big Large suddenly, like all Ashimars are, behind enemy lines, is going to get revived. And now Barbie's going huge here on the ramp, does get taken out and fully removed. This could be the open they need, but the Screaming Nimbus, that's actually the punch being answered, but the kills are finally going last second's way, but the trades are also there. Chaotic getting some stuns in the zone, and of course, Amano. When everything else fails, you can count on Amano.
Oh, yeah, Red Protocol trying to get away. Amano just cleaning up completely. And, you know, when we've seen this map before, again, this was one of the most common maps before Season 2, I would say. It really came down to the Pale Rider play on both sides a lot. And when it comes to Pale Rider, once again, can't stop talking about Amano.
Nostalgia here on the turn A. Catch
Whoa.
Mr. Big Large being a bit of a nuisance. But we're still waiting for the big opportunity for the open push. Merle is taken down, forced away. Nostalgia also very low. Big Large continuing to go large. Invictus with the Screaming Nimbus. Such little time on the clock. Any disruption of push is going to come up huge. And that G maneuver is a good way to do just that. iRobot's also taken out. It's all falling apart. We do have a bit of charge coming on in as last second have members onto the site itself. Are IQ just going to give this one up?
Oh, yeah, Mono and Invictus and Mr. Big Large are still all here. They are so close to taking it, but it looks like almost everybody's been pushed off the point. Red Protocol can't even fly away because that will end the extra time. I don't know if any players are close enough. Nostalgia is going to get the overhead grab, and there are going to be a few players now coming back from last second, but this is going to be a brawl. Nobody on either side is going to have either of their full team members. Oh, and here we go. The Butterfly is available just in case they weren't able to get that push. I think that could have been a great way to close it out, but great stuff on the side of Last Second, who once again lives up to their name.
I know, down to the last second. I didn't even think it was going to happen, but the constant staggering of respawns favored the attackers because their spawn was closer to the site itself. But can they push through an even harder wall? Big Large is taken out. Nostalgia doing some work with the laser rifle, and they want to push forward. Moonbeam Butterfly was used to mid-level effect, we should say, but Sarah's being taken out. Nostalgia with the damage, with the follow from the team. They're able to finally get some positioning on this high ground. We rarely see this from the attackers because of how difficult that initial snake area is to push through. But can they get onto the site itself? They only have just over a minute to do so.
Oh, and Chaotic is going to get the jump on Nox quite literally. Nox will be going down to the damage of Invictus, and that means it's going to be a tough push here. Even though they've got a lot of people in great position, the counter push on the side of IQ is going to be very successful. Pretty much everybody going down. There are only a few people, Nox included, that were not in that sort of high ground area, so Nox and Chaotic are going to have to back up, try not to get staggered.
Chaotic's going to jump over, get a stun. It's just about eating up time right now. Last second, they need to balance, like falling away, not losing any more players, waiting for their own respawns, but then not giving up so much space that it's going to be impossible to push through. 30 seconds left. Saris is taken out. Red Protocol, of course, is getting kills. iRobot there in the sky is also going to get almost taken out by Armano. He has activated the Hades. He's going to be going in with the shots, with the spray. And no one's getting close to the site. I don't know if it's going to happen. It's going to have to be something huge coming out. But Mr. Big Large, he might be what is needed.
Yeah, that's going to be one of the final chances here. The Screaming Nimbus from Invictus is going to get a pretty good amount of mileage as well. And then we've got a Mono sitting once again on that high ground. The positioning is very strong for the defense here. In fact, that will be the decider. Once you've got everybody on that high ground, it's so hard to push in. And Last Second was not able to get the last second on both of the points.
They got one, though, but not a single percentage on point number 2, objective number 2, and now we are swapping sides. It's gonna be IQ's turn to push.
I think Last Second needs to change their name to First Push so that they just win on the first push every single time, right? Just curse yourself in a good way. But as expected, we are seeing just massive damage coming out of both of the Ashmars. But Amano, I'm sorry, broken record here. That is disgusting.
That's amazing numbers. Mr. Big Large not that far behind. We're seeing good damage numbers, of course, from Red Protocol, as expected on the side of Last Second. Merle as well. Nostalgia is getting up there, but that's still just where the main gap is looking as far as damage is concerned, is in that mid-range carry.
And of course, for anybody not as familiar, we do see the Barbadoses get less just damage numbers because they usually go for the one-shot picks. So we don't see them getting a lot of like just random little hits here and there. Yeah. If so, that's just a weird situation. And you expect them to be low damage, but their impact is not any lower than, it actually should be.
Yeah, damage is a useful tool to look at impact of specifically the range carries. For melee, you have to have a better eye of the game to be able, with the eye test, to really see, are they making the space? Is the timing there with the follow with the team? It's a lot more about coordinating with your team for the effectiveness of a melee unit.
All right, but here we go. The push now is going to come from IQ. I once again don't expect too much of a challenge on this bridge. Usually the top teams just let players run up to the building for free. They don't want to give the opportunity to get picked, especially with this being such a great gym sniper angle. But it's mostly respect for respect here. They say, oh, you know what, the brawl's going to be inside.
The trade's just not particularly useful because, again, the attacker spawn is so much closer. So any 50-50 is EV percentage favoring the attackers here. But now that they're inside, the attackers, it's really hard for them to try and find the angle to find that opening pick that they need. Sarah's doing a good job. It's going to be the Ashimars, of course, taken out, unsurprisingly. Last second to get a couple of kills here. Gasman trying to go big. Sarah's with a very good stun. Little micro stun there with the energy Heat Hawk.
But not even enough to fully take down Chaotic, or I'm sorry, take down Gasman. Too many Barbados in this level. But yeah, just having that extra HP makes it a pretty tough target to take out unless you fully focus it down. And so far, this has been weird. This has been a really far back hold on the side of Last Second, and we've seen a lot of IQ kind of push in slightly, but nobody's pushing for the actual point.
Mono did get a drop on the Gasman, it looks like, and Blue Jays going big from the high ground. It is a healing unit, but it's a healing unit that has really good DPS range capabilities. And so he's going to be trying to zone Last Second away, but instead, I mean, Last Second are falling back, but they're still on the site, even if they're on the low ground.
Oh, and this is a great angle for Blue Jay, being able to just chunk into their entire team in that doorway, just having so much ammo in that gun. And this is probably going to secure, at least 50% is what I was going to say, but this is a really good counter push. Chaotic is going to be able to clean up a few of those players that just try to get back onto point. And Amano, of course, holding that high ground as usual. Mural going down. Looks like a pretty solid hold.
Yeah, with Gasman taken out and then with the tank and Nox removed, very difficult for IQ to try, very difficult for Last Second to try and push back into IQ, so instead they're just going to back away, they're going to reset. But now IQ, they only need to get that first tick, as you can see, and they have 2 minutes added to the clock, just over 3.5 ready to go.
They can take their time. They are stocked up on 1 G maneuver only, almost 2, so I would expect that we might see a few small pushes to just try to build up everything that they have. Of course, Amano now being able to build up that Hades, it's going to be one of the scariest things if they can get into that high ground on the point, but the punch is being used, and the Hades being used, everything all in a row, trying to take out the butterfly, but it's not going to work. Amazing from Nostalgia, the counter defensive butterfly, we've seen it on this map before, it works so well.
Yeah, I was going to comment on Last Second had a lot of G maneuvers of their own to utilize, and I think IQ would have favored them to try and bait those out, get them to be used, and then push in with G maneuvers of their own. But so far, it's only Nostalgia that has used theirs, and Last Second, you can see all the ones that aren't charged up, most of them are getting really, really close to being charged.
I feel like the resources there just went so heavily in the favor of Last Second, and so much of that is just because of Nostalgia, so really good stuff. I think that's going to be the delay, too, that's going to really even things up here, because 3.5 minutes is so long if you can get a solid first push. But again, they're in the chokehold.
Screaming Nimbus trying to create some space to push on in. He's actually going to get onto the site itself. Up close, Dump Trooper, rocket launchers. Where's the backup? Where's the follow-up? Nox is also removed. Saris is there. But Gasman trying to answer back with the Alia system. Can't go for the revive, unfortunately. But they're able to clear the space, going for another 1v1 fight.
Oh, that's a tough 1v1 for anybody with a shield, though. But if you move like this, Nox is managing to get away quite well. You can only escape for so long, though. That was a really, really nice push from Invictus using the Screaming Nimbus, but overall the defense was just too strong from Gasman.
And the defense was also there because on the flip side, the defensive spawn is not that far away from this site. Blue Jay pushing on in. This is the Beam Magnum at the ready, trying to find the angles to do some massive damage. But instead, it's going to be that fire onto the high ground from Red Protocol is going to disrupt this push momentarily, but the damage is still coming their way. Last Second are still getting the kills. Invictus and Saris both dropped for IQ. And now Nox is pushing forward to zone even further. They need to go into the site to start charging up the point.
Oh, Gasman jumps up and then gets the 1v1 against the Chaotic. Or actually, I think maybe Chaotic jumped up. One of the two, they get the down. I love seeing those Barbados duels, but it does look like IQ is going to have to back up. They've got 1 minute left, and they're only going to have probably 1 G maneuver, maybe a mono getting it back in time for one final push. But on the other side, we're going to have 3 or even 4, so this is going to be tough to make it happen.
IQ are getting close to the entryway, but Last Second are intelligently so backing away. Chaotic jumps into the air, activates the Alia system, is staying alive, and this could be the space required with, even though there weren't that many kills to go along with it, the follow-up from IQ, this could be exactly what they need. It has to be what they need because time is running out.
Oh, and the Screaming Nimbus as well. In fact, I think it's an energy-cabled Screaming Nimbus just for extra damage. Just do whatever you can do to clear everybody off of this point. You can't let them get a single tick, and it seems like it's working. We see Invictus now finally going down. That is going to be most of the members on the offense. Amano pretty much one of the only people still up, but how much can you actually do in 10 seconds? We're going to see a few people trickle back in, but they need to just sit on point now. They always have to have somebody here for the extra time.
They gotta drop down, they gotta touch it at least for a brief moment. Chaotic is in there, Chaotic is there, but is the space available? Nostalgia with a well-timed Moonbeam Butterfly to just slap them all away. They hold. Last second, do hold. IQ cannot get to that 25% point to win the round. It's going to be a draw, and we are going to no overtime. Is there no overtime?
No, so yes, there's no overtime in this particular custom game mode. What we do here is a very strange but cool thing that we're going to get to see. So we go to a tiebreaker map, a tiebreaker domination map that just decides that particular game. It's going to be Lunar Space Colony as far as, we just got confirmation that 100% we're going to Lunar Command Center. Oh my gosh, too many words that are all the same letters. The Lunar Command Center.
Words.
No, Lunar Space Colony. I'm right? Lunar Space Colony? What? Lunar. We're going to Lunar. We're just going to pretend that I know the full name of that map and I'm not just mumbling it right now and getting confused. But that is a domination map that is not on the regular map pool. There is no possibility of a draw, of course, on domination. So we are going to be setting up a tiebreaker game. That's really the only way to put it. So currently, of course, we are still at a 1-0 in the set, and that will decide whether it ends up as 2-1 or 1-1.
Okay, I think we're going to have to go to a quick break where we get that set up. It won't be too long, though, so don't go anywhere. We have the conclusion of map number 2 coming up just after this.
And welcome back, everybody.
Oh, hi.
It is time for the yeah, welcome back. It's time for the tiebreaker here as we go into technically the second map, right? It is technically the decider for the second map here in our losers finals match, but that does mean that it is our third map because it was a draw on Flakfort. So just again, to reiterate for anybody who isn't aware of how this works, there is the ability to draw only if you get to the exact same amount of time and both fail to well, basically you both get to the exact same point in the map on your offensive sides, and that's exactly what we saw. So there can be no draws on domination, so we're going to Lunar Comm Station, which is the name of the map. I finally got it correct.
Okay, so this is my first time experiencing this. Maybe you can help me walk through this. Is it going to be the entire Lunacom map or just the first of the 3 in that map set?
The entire thing. So we're basically getting a full extra game on a map that's not usually in the actual map pool. So that's really cool to see. We've seen some pretty dominant matches here. We've only seen, I want to say like 3 of these, or maybe even 2 of these over the past like 5 different events. So we'll see which of these teams is ready to play on a map like this. Now, Lunar Comm Station just in general is a very unique domination map because it is not, well, I guess you could say like symmetrical horizontally, right? Like it's not like you spawn here and then you've got A, B, C.
Oh, yeah.
You both spawn here and then you've got A, B, C. That is the worst description ever.
Exactly.
Yeah. Makes sense. It's in space.
Or something else that looks not unlike a rocket ship.
Whoa. A core
Submarine.
fighter. Core fighter, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is, of course, going to be one of the first domination maps that we've played as well. For some reason, we've just barely been on domination at all this entire tournament.
Well, it doesn't help that there's only 2 of 7. Of the 7 maps that we have, only 2 of them are domination. Destruction and point capture are very, very similar, so it's really easy to sort of conflate. Like, if you're good at one, you should be relatively good at another. Domination is completely different. So I think if you're a team that just doesn't really like domination, it's super easy just to continue to ban it out. I think that's my guess of why that's the case.
Yeah, I agree. I think that a lot of the time the teams that are confident that they're just in general that their mechanical skill, just as far as aiming and just individual fights, they tend to go to domination a little bit more when they're against another team that they feel like they just outclass, because you can very easily just win little brawls. But now that all these teams are getting stronger and stronger, it looks like we're getting a little bit less towards that. So it does look like we're getting into the map, and we'll see how this plays out between Last Second and IQ.
I think domination, I imagine, probably can favor melee units even more as well, just because of the constant 1v1 fights, and it's all about maintaining an advantage. Red Protocol, though, opening up the really good knock onto Blue Jay. But I was also going to say, perfect unit to watch, Nostalgia. This is also when he really needs to come up and try and make up that damage disparity that you constantly see him between his opposing mid-range carry on the opposite side of Amano.
Oh yeah, already 2 players down on the side of IQ. That's going to mean Last Second is going to hold point A, of course, the closest point. And this is the one where the brawls are quick and constant, I think you could say, as the spawns are very, very close to A. And then, of course, as it gets further away, the runbacks get much, much longer.
Nostalgia there, he gets another kill onto Chaotic. So Last Second are holding onto this site strong, hitting up to 20%. Nostalgia does go down. Sarah's trying to make a solid push in with Invictus not too far behind, but the high ground presence you can see from the units on the side of Last Second is going to be a lot more than I think IQ are able to push through at the moment. Good firebomb to try and open something up, but again, it's still just Blue charging the points.
Holding this high ground is so important. This is going to be a retake. Very, very nice, but only 10 seconds left. And C is a hugely important point. It is the hardest point to retake in maybe any domination mission. So the teams tend to run away from their points to go to C, get this high ground before they get their full points, because this is going to be so important to preemptively be here.
Yeah, no value fighting for the last few seconds remaining on that initial site. Last Second preparing to take over C. There's a punch at the ready for Mr. Big Large. Red Protocol is a bit far behind on that G maneuver charge, it looks. Morel takes a lot of damage, trying to find the angle, and the site is about to unlock. Amano pushing on in. That's a punch at the ready. That takes Red Protocol out. And Morel also gets removed. Our robot does find a knock and then a revive as well to try and equalize the units standing, but it's still going to be IQ with the site take. Red Protocol's trying to make things hard. The punch is going to knock everyone out. Is that going to be space created for Nostalgia to come on in and deal even more damage?
It looks like that is the case. Nostalgia, even in kind of a tough position, managing to get a ton of damage and finally going down. Red is going to retake. There's still a good amount of time on C as well. And it seems like Red, I'm just calling them Red, straight up. IQ has been able to get pretty close to tying up here. They're allowing the retake a few times. Oh, but the Screaming Nimbus is going to get a lot of extra free points basically for last second.
Good stall maneuver, good stall tactic, do some extra damage as well. And they're continuing to pull ahead. Last second, Amano is getting isolated. Not going to pop the Hades just yet. It's not very useful at this time, but A is being unlocked once again, or at least being reset a couple of seconds before it unlocks. But the damage is coming out. Chaotic finds a kill. Amano is here to continue to push Last Second away from that high ground that was so successful in the previous A take.
Merle using that Screaming Nimbus means that this might be a little bit harder to take. They got some free points, definitely on C, but this could be, looks like some pretty good positioning from the side of IQ this time around. Amano really wants to get to that high ground and wasn't able to find it. Oh, Chaotic has a little box full of mobile suits to be able to just slap if they can manage to get back in.
He has the Alia system at the ready. You know he is wanting to activate that. IQ mounting up to push. Yes, it is. The Alia system is activating. You can see the dashes in the air, and then the Beam Magnum as well from the Unicorn Gundam. But it's still being IQ holding on to the site. They're contesting it strong, and Hades, Amano with the damage, as you would expect. Red Protocol is forced to fly away.
Oh, yeah, just getting out of there. Great stuff, as expected from Amano. And look at this. Look how quickly they're rotating over. There is 20 seconds left on the point, and they are already going over to point C. Both teams, actually. Nobody's even just going to get the little quick pickup on A before they run over because they know how important it is to be the first one there. And we are so close to tied up here. 8%, 9% difference. Whoever takes this point could win it here.
They're fighting for it before the point has even been designated, much less unlocked. But IQ, they are using the damage to get the space. There is a heavy G maneuver resource advantage for Last Second, however. So space advantage for IQ. Can they hold on to it? We're looking at 4 G maneuvers ready for Last Second. They are absolutely going to be using it on this push. They don't want to give IQ the opportunity to win, much less get to like 95%.
Yeah, this is... Oh, the butterfly coming in, but just immediately taken down with the G maneuver from the Barbados. Beautiful sniped out of the sky.
Snipe, that was a sword that did it, but eliminated nonetheless. But Gasman and iRobot are still showing up, following up from the little bit of space that was potentially created from the Moonbeam Butterfly. But I say that Mr. Big, Large, and Blue Jay are coming up huge and making sure that Last Second cannot control this site. IQ with charging up the points, 88%, about to hit 90, and 30 seconds remaining. Nox needs to come in big, but immediately spawned, immediately knocked to the ground, and immediately knocked back to the lobby.
Oh, yeah, now this is tough. Somebody needs to get on point or this is going to be the round. And I don't even know if anybody can fully get there. The extra time has been activated. Red Protocol is going to go down for it, though. Nostalgia as well. Almost everybody going down on the side of Last Second, and that hold was just too strong by IQ. Being able to get the turn A out of the air like that was just so important at stopping that push, getting the stagger, getting that removal of all that extra damage. And hey, you know what? I still think it was a snipe. It's just the projectile was Barbados itself. Barbados.
Yeah, I was really excited to see that Moonbeam Butterfly come into play. But the amount of space needed from that window into the back line where IQ are all holding, I think it would have been more successful if there was a different unit to try and engage initially, or maybe the turn A could have attempted to sneak around the side and come in from an unexpected angle. Obviously, easier said than done. We are just sitting comfortably in our own chairs, on our own desks. These are the players that are actually doing it.
I do fully agree, though. It needs to be some sort of eyes on something else first. And I do get the idea that you're like, okay, you know, there's not that much distance. There's it's like 2 full seconds of walking or flying, I guess you could say, onto the point. But, against a team like IQ, that 2 full seconds is more than enough to focus down one mobile suit.
Yeah, do not underestimate the time to kill in this game, but it looks like on round number 2, C is going to be the first site, and everyone is just trying to get there as quickly as possible. It should be equal timing. At the moment, it should be who gets the first kill, and suddenly up on the elevator, well, Nox gets a welcome gift as with his team gets a couple of kills.
This is, again, we've seen C so many times so far. We haven't seen B at all, but being able to hold this high ground, as Last Second is doing, is going to give them a really nice advantage here. This is their last chance. They're down a game in losers finals. They're down a round on this tiebreaker map, so they need to just 100% find their spot, and they seem to have, at least for this first point, and it's going to go, once again, back to A after this.
Nox, yeah, really good zoning opportunities, allowing the DPS to do the brunt of the damage there, and they're able to hold onto this site for now. I think IQ might just start to prepare for A. Gonna do some chip damage, I imagine, but trying to do a full frontal assault onto this site could just be a waste of time, and honestly could stagger them enough in terms of their own respawn when they go down that they're going to be losing out on A as well. And so yes, looks like Last Second are also recognizing that, and they're getting ready to fight for A.
Oh, but we've already got most of Team IQ on the high ground up there above A, and they're taking advantage of that very, very well. They're going to take down 4 different suits at least. Gasman just trying to escape, getting the health pack, getting back to spawn, which is not that far away, but this is going to at least most likely be a starting defensive position for IQ.
Ooh, Mao taking low, has to back away a little bit, can't overcommit. Assaultr looking for the shots on the turn A Gundam, but gets flamed out of position as well. High ground held for IQ. But Red Protocol is trying to sneak up from the side, trying to get some different angle, following up with the Alia system from the Barbatos. Gasman gets 2, does get taken out by Mr. Big Large, but the follow-up from the team is going big, going strong. Last Second do reclaim the site. With a minute remaining, they could hold on to this and charge up even more percentage points.
Yeah, maximum of 93% if they manage to hold on here. But with 0% on the side of IQ, this is looking really strong for Last Second. Once again, this is the last second of their potential tournament life, so maybe that's just when they get that power up. The punch comes out, though, right in one window, right out the other. Mr. Bigelar's probably going to get picked up here, but in the end, that was at least a few members no longer on that high ground with full HP.
Being taken out. Red Protocol down very, very low. Has the punch at the ready, but gets surrounded by too many units. And IQ do reclaim the site, but they're not going to have that much time to charge up the points. But hey, it's something. At the very least, it keeps Last Second from getting any more points off of this before we finally go to B.
Yeah, a little bit more, I guess you could say, leeway as far as being able to retake B if they ever need to. And hey, this round could end on B, which we finally are seeing for the first time in this actual map. B, a much more wide open space, is not going to be the brawls of C or A where the high ground matters the most. It's going to be all about who can control this sort of center stage and stop people from sniping from their respective sides.
Nox taken very, very low is going to get removed by Chaotic. Red Protocol also with the good shots at range. Takes a lot of damage in return, but has the punch at the ready. Red Protocol does go down. So it's going to give it advantage for IQ. Chaotic jumps high, jumps far. Doesn't really get much damage, but it at least zones them away in order for IQ to take the site.
Chaotic's like, whoops, nope, never mind, I'm leaving. But here we go, 24% building up to a maximum of 63%. Oh, the butterfly coming out so high above, I don't think anybody can even see it. Nostalgia's only gonna get 1 full pick with it, though. That is not the mileage that you want out of a G maneuver like that. Oh, you cannot grab somebody out of the Screaming Nimbus. It might have stopped the CC, prevent a little bit of the damage, but this Screaming Nimbus is putting in work.
But still, Last Second still have the site. Invictus hasn't been able to reclaim it just yet. They got to get on IQ if they want to take this 2-0. Saris is here in position, but the counter Screaming Nimbus from Last Second is zoning everyone away. Extra time is running down, but it is going to get reclaimed.
Oh, and with time out, this is guaranteed to be the last spot. Nobody's on site. Nobody's close enough. We saw just a little bit too much range to be able to make it back in after that death, and we are going to go to a final round here in this tiebreaker. If we see Last Second win this last round, they will go to a 3rd map, or kind of a 4th map, but a set 3 map. And then if IQ wins here, they will be the ones that will make it back into the grand finals.
Red Protocol and Moral, again, top of the damage charts for Last Second. And of course, Mr. Big Large going large, 39K, amazing numbers. And Amano, Invictus, of course, also putting in heavy work on their own side.
Sheesh, can we see the 50K? That would be pretty impressive. I think there's probably a good chance, but the verticality of this stage makes the flyers so good. And the fact that there are so many tight little choke points, as usual, means that the napalm grenade is going to get all that extra damage. So we see a lot of Ashmars doing very well here. And between Red Protocol and Mr. Big Large, we're seeing some of the best Ashmars in basically the entire league. So this is a really heavy clash. There's a good reason why we're seeing this be round 3 in this tiebreaker map.
Yeah, they definitely had a lot to do with that, why these teams are so neck and neck. Round 3 starts. This is for all the Marbles. If IQ take this, they are going to take map number 2 and advance to the grand finals. If Last Second win this, we go to a map 3 here. But oh, trades. Both flying units immediately taken out.
I'm like, they're the best that we've got, and they immediately die within 5 seconds of leaving the game. But you know what? It is what it is, and that means that we're kind of even fighting for this B spot. They should be able to get back quickly, particularly Flyers can get back to B faster than pretty much any other unit in the game, or at least vertical movement units. And we are going to see, once again, the duel between the Barbados is going the way of Gasman, as Gasman gets even another pick before going down.
Robot swinging on in with the dual pistols, with the akimbo. And it's going to be Last Second taking site number B from the sky. Mr. Big Large is trying to deal some damage, but takes some in return and is forced to fall away. And you really just want to wait for the rest of your squad to follow up behind you in order to really mount a huge push.
And right now, there's not many people on the side of IQ that are available to actually push this. There's only 20 seconds left. Even if they get another push, it might go down to about 5 seconds. We might see them just start to reposition to A. No, actually, they are going to contest this as the time starts to run out. Well, even Last Second themselves are moving over to A already.
Yeah, it was good that they can get that kill. They're just trying to deal some damage to make the take on A that much easier for IQ. Mr. Big Large being a nuisance, as he is wont to do. High ground held by IQ. But Last Second are immediately here trying to take the low ground punch at the ready for Mr. Big Large, and he is waiting for a flank. Oh, he has his finger right over the trigger of that G maneuver. Red Protocol is getting isolated onto the side. One more shot, but the reload had to come on in, so he's not going to be taken care of just yet.
Oh, chase all the way over the building. A great place to fall down. We'll see if Mr. Big Large decides to go over and continue that hunt. But right now, oh, it's Barbados against Barbados. We're seeing so many duels. This time, Chaotic comes out on top with the help of some of their teammates. And that means that we are going to have, it seems like, I don't know. Actually, I don't even know who has the advantage here. This is just a brawl at A, as it tends to be.
Yeah, no one's taking it just yet. We have 50 seconds left where it goes back to B. Big Large is still a nuisance on the side, still has his punch at the ready. But it looks like IQ has presence onto the site. Have yet to take it.
We might see nobody take this. Okay, finally, IQ, they're going to get their first points of the entire map. There's still 30 seconds left, and this is a really hard one to retake just because the spawns are very quick. You need to get basically a full team wipe and stop anybody from running on. You can actually see that they're pretty close on the side of Last Second here, but we're going to see the energy cable on the Sazabi, which is a pretty, I'd say, unique choice, but it's working out.
Listen, as high pressure, as huggy of a map as the domination is, you just got to use it on whatever unit is available. You cannot hold out for a concentrated, like, coordinated push with another G maneuver. You just got to activate it. But 29 points, not that far behind, around 15% behind Last Second. We're going back to B.
All right, yeah, you know, the map was like, we don't want to see B at all, and now we want to see B every other time, and this high ground dom is going to be huge. You can see both of the high ground doms. No, you're going to try to snipe the Ashmore out of the air with a rocket? We've seen that from Casino. That's the ultimate flex, but we've got Last Second definitely controlling this point as it unlocks.
Yeah, and Nostalgia has the Moonbeam Butterfly at the ready, itching to activate that if IQ try and get a little too antsy with this push. Multiple G maneuvers on both sides, about 4 apiece, but Saris needs to still respawn on the side of IQ. There's time. They've only just hit above 50% charge for Last Second.
And maybe even more importantly, it is going to C after this, so the winner of B is already going to be very close to C. They don't have to take that much of an early transition over, and you can actually see most of this fight's happening on C already. There's 30 seconds left, y'all, but it actually is great high ground positioning to fight for B as well.
Okay. pushing Last Second away. They're going to give them all the charge from B. That's going to make it a do or die moment for IQ. Because it means that if Last Second takes C, it's going to be basically the round over. Because of, as you say, how difficult C is to reclaim.
Right, they are now going to be at 90% after this, so they don't even need to take it for that long, right? They just need to take it for a short amount of time. They're going to regroup. It looks like they're going to maybe split push through a few different angles, but Mr. Big Large is going to be harassing and saying, okay, I'm going to see where you are. I'm going to stop you from just getting in for free. Invictus holding this high ground with the Screaming Nimbus. This might be a great time for it pretty soon.
10 seconds for C to unlock, and IQ have the superior positioning here, but you can tell Last Second they are not sweating at all. They are getting themselves ready for the perfect push onto the zone. A bunch of G maneuvers, and Merle's gun to pull the trigger on his Screaming Nimbus. Screaming Nimbus is going to be answered back on the opposite side of things, and IQ just can't quite claim the zone just yet. Big Large is taken down very low, forced to fall away. That's a huge player taken out of the round 4 now. And Merle is getting some damage. Chaotic is trying to answer back, being a annoying Barbatos onto the site, but he's getting zoned away. Has to try and find the health point, but it has been taken right under his nose. That doesn't matter. He is going to get the kill anyway.
There's like a health pack, and then you run into the death pack, which is that Barbados just sitting right there, and this is great to be able to hold this, but we're not at enough time here where the well, no, we are at the time where this is going to end guaranteed on C, so this is huge. This could be a huge comeback. There's only 10 seconds left in the map, so this needs to be I mean, there's maybe 1 or 2 good pushes left on the side of Last Second. Otherwise, this could be their tournament life. This is a great advantageous position. Even though there's like a 40% lead for the side of LS, they are in a tough spot, and there's the first G maneuver.
The assistant from Gasman isn't really finding anything, but he is able to find Chaos in the end with the help of Nox and Invictus here with the bombs at the ready, and that's it. The battle is over. We have victory. It's been reclaimed. The site has been removed. Last Second come out on top, 2-1 victory, and we are going to a map number 3, which is going to be another domination map.
Wow, that was so close at the end. I really cannot explain how ridiculously close that was. I mean, we've seen so many times where C has just literally never been retaken. We've seen times where it has been basically like 99% to 0%, and the final zone is C. The 0% team takes it, and they just hold it that entire time because the runbacks are tough. The choke points you have to put yourself into offensively are so tough, and so amazing stuff for Last Second to tie things up as usual in the last second and take us to a map number 3, quote unquote, right?
I'm counting it as map number 3, but listen, I think what it just goes to show why we're talking about Mr. Big Large all that much, because even though IQ lost that map, Mr. Big Large was the MVP in the game. That just shows how impactful he is as a player for his squad, and he's gonna, I imagine, continue to be a major factor as we go into our next map.
Right, I believe it is Mountain R&D, which actually is infamously a very hard map to deal with Ashamar on, and that's where we actually have seen Mr. Big Large do some of the most work that we ever have before. So hopefully we get a good chance to see some more of that showing off, and I think there's a good chance we will. But before that, we have to go to one more short break to get the players all in the lobby. So the deciding game of the losers finals will be right after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
It's do or die. Mountain R&D Lab is going to be the final stand between IQ and Last Second. Whoever wins this goes on to the grand final to take on Mafty. Did nothing wrong. Whoever loses has to go home until event number 3. My name is Cameron Davis, and I'm joined by Wonder Chef, and this is For All the Marbles.
Right, we even saw a tiebreaker that went down to a tiebreaker round. This is gotta be the closest set that we've seen maybe in any of these broadcasts, and I would not be surprised to see it go to a third round on the second domination map, technically, of this set. But so much of this map, Mount R&D, comes down to the Ashmars, to the Doms. A lot of the splash damage and controlling the high ground means everything.
So I'm going to be looking at Mr. Big, Large, and Red Protocol specifically. Red Protocol immediately at the ready, but it looks like Last Second is taking control of the high ground just a second before IQ could get there to compete. Gasman is very aggressive, trying to get a couple of stuns, and he's not dead just yet. It's actually going to be Chaotic who goes down first, and so initial positioning is going to go in the favor of Last Second.
Zero fear, and going to be able to at least check the Sazabi a little bit, but most importantly, this is going to very much be a strong position to take the first point on C for Last Second.
Big Large answering back from the side, getting some good shots on a cheeky little angle, but nothing gonna stick too hard. Really, he just wants to stay alive right now and wait for the rest of the team to make the big moves, and then he'll follow up. Taking out a 42 HP. A couple of good kills for IQ, but they have yet to claim the site. And it's going to go over to A in 30 seconds, so there comes a time they need to make the decision of do we continue to fight for C or set up for A.
And this site in particular is so important because C to A is just a short jump over, but oh my gosh, you can see Chaotic just get the dunk. The POV from the ground is always the saddest thing, but that's a great pick, of course, and then Chaotic getting traded back. But again, the most important thing here is controlling this high ground. You can see here that Mr. Big Large is already up on the high ground. I'm assuming Saris is going to be jumping over relatively soon, and look at this, from C to A, 2 seconds, boom, you're already controlling A. That is the beauty of this map and what makes it so difficult to play well in.
Chaotic tries to find an opening, Nox does a quick little step away, but Red Protocol pushing forward. He has the punch. He's going to create some space, does some heavy damage. Able to kill, but immediately traded back. The rest of the team from Last Second doesn't seem to be there, and Saris actually comes up from the depths of hell to commit even further into this fight. IQ look like they're in a position to take A once it unlocks.
Oh, that Amano Hades is probably going to guarantee it. We've seen the Amano Hades take out so many players, and this is not going to be an exception. 4 members down, just Amano alone. Well, I mean, of course, there was help from everybody else, but just as far as the kill feed goes, that is going to be for sure taken first. And being able to retake is very difficult. Now, once we go to B, which is going to be next, the story's different. But right now, this is still going to be a great position. You're always at the high ground all the time if you're at the high ground for any point.
Good damage continuing to come out from Amano, no fear. But our robot has the Beam Magnum at the ready. They're going to be swinging out from the opposite side. Again, the high ground as the main point of contention. In a few seconds, though, we're going to be going below ground. And even though there's a window, there's a sky window you can see at the top, it doesn't get you that good of angles. So we're going to have to see multiple members commit underground to fight for B.
This Gundam Unicorn G maneuver, though, is huge, actually. Usually you use it inside at B, but Blue Jay currently getting a lot of mileage out of it from the high ground, but you can see this is exactly the size of the beams. These hallways are exactly fit for that G maneuver.
And immediately, in the blink of an eye, IQ, again, retain control here, and they're ready to take B once it unlocks.
And that should be relatively soon. We're going to see a little bit of a regroup on the side of Last Second. They're going to be pushing from a very unique angle, and immediately Merle popping that Screaming Nimbus is going to chunk a lot of the enemy team. Amano just trying to get away, but it looks like on the other side there was a really great counter G maneuver from Saris using those funnels, and that is going to be most of the side of Last Second completely gone, despite the ability to follow up after the Screaming Nimbus.
Yeah, I saw the Screaming Nimbus. I'm like, oh, it's going to be a bunch of blue in the kill feed. And the blue was there, but just, you know, on the more unexpected side. Because, yeah, Saris with the funnels, with that big, tanky Sazabi unit, keeping control in the side of IQ. And it's getting dangerously close to victory right now on round number 1 here at Mountain R&D Center. 80%. It's going to change to A in just a few seconds. But Last Second already preparing to take over that. They're just going to leave B.
I could be seeing it wrong, but it looks like they get a maximum of 99%. So luckily, they can't just end it there. Well, luckily for Last Second. But we are already going to see IQ rotating over. They've got to fight for this high ground. They're fighting as at least 5 or 6 in a row, but that just means you're much better at being targeted by all these AoE damages, and that's what happens.
Oh, Nostalgia just barely staying alive. They have the Moonbeam Butterfly at the ready. That is going to be a crucial ability to use on this site, but the fact that they're all being pushed away close to their spawn shows that, again, they're remaining on the back foot when it comes onto this fight with IQ.
A robot holding onto this G maneuver. Oh my gosh, again being hit out of the air by the Barbados G maneuver. That is so sick. I can't believe that's like an actual intended counter. It worked perfectly, completely shut down the butterfly. And then it's going to be IQ now taking down almost the entire team of Last Second off the back of that counterplay.
Aya system, and then followed up by Amano's Hades. Ridiculous play. Great coordinated play, and IQ take round number 1.
My gosh, that is so instant. What a cool counter. That is super sick. I've actually never seen that before, ever. I am in love with that. And we've seen it twice. It's not just a coordinated, or I should say a coincidental timing. It is actually a coordinated timing, which is so sick. And that means that IQ now just needs one more round again to make it into the grand finals.
Let's look at these damage numbers. Red Protocol there. As you said, the Ashamar. And Mr. Big Large as well. Unsurprisingly. Amano's good numbers as well. And it really is just the DPS taking care of everything.
Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary here. I do feel like, as expected, this is a very close match. So the damage numbers are relatively close. They're a little bit heavier on like particular members of particular teams, but there's not going to be like, oh, I'm doing 40,000 damage and the rest of the team is doing 20,000 damage. This is just going to be one of those close ones. The damage is spread pretty evenly. A lot of this map comes down to team fights, which is exactly what we've seen. And they just need to be the ones who aim better, focus better, position better in those team fights. Sounds like an obvious thing to say, but it's especially true here.
There's a point that you have to consider: is the turn A Gundam pick over the Pale Rider actually effective? Because Nostalgia's been sticking onto that pick this entire matchup in replace of Batty on the roster for today at least, and just hasn't really been as effective. But hey, Nostalgia got a kill on a Blue Jay now, so this could be the opening that they were looking for with that unit to try and take B, which is the first site of this round.
Oh yeah, Nostalgia having to back up, just get a little bit of health with the nanos down, so not going to be able to get that extra little personal healing. And nobody's quite taking it. As I say that, immediately we see Last Second take it, but the Gas Man is going to help hold on to that lead. Nostalgia as well, taking out Invictus at the same time. But we're still seeing a brawl in the middle of the site, despite the fact that neither team has full members there.
Ooh, Nox taken very, very low. Has a little bit of shield to use to keep themselves alive. But they needed to try and back away just for a quick second. They have still control of B. No real threat of it being taken just yet. So it looks like they're probably going to be able to get up to that 40% marker that you can see onto the side, because Red Protocol is continuing to deal the damage. Chaotic gets taken out, doesn't get a stun with that longsword. And yeah, it's going to be a back away from IQ, surely.
Ooh, but Amano holding the high ground already, preemptively moving up, catches Red Protocol, and I don't want to say out of position, but catches him alone, which is going to mean that it's immediately a pick and immediately a huge advantage on this high ground as C begins to open up.
Good damage coming out from Amano as expected.
Ooh, and Merle, once Merle gets to this high ground, that's going to be huge. Just being able to splash damage onto the other side, it's a great way to break the high ground, but realizing that they are kind of alone compared to the rest of their team, for sure, I think backing up was a smart play there.
It just finds Red Protocol. That's the Ashtar taken out. This could be good for IQ to gain control of C, because it is just about to unlock. Protocol is back in spawned and does have their own punch at the ready, as does Mr. Big Large.
Oh, Gasman trying to sneak around underneath, but getting caught out by Mr. Big Large, saying, okay, no, you're not going to just jump up there and get the one shot, but the punch! And it's a great punch that's going to at least displace most of the team. We'll see how much of a follow-up there can be. Saris goes down, Invictus goes down. There are some counter picks, though. That wasn't the full huge punch that we needed to see, maybe. Red Protocol getting the health pack, still going down, though. That Amano Hades doing too much damage.
Hey, the Red Protocol dropped the Hades away from the site itself. Nonetheless, IQ still remained with control of it. Gasman trying to push forward, trying to take this fight. Longsword misses. Really good spacing by Amano, but is eventually going to get cornered, eventually going to fall down. Are more members of IQ here in position? No, it's going to be last second with a last second claim of C to get those few extra points and try and catch up.
Gasman sitting there like, I have 300 life. Do I attack here? Do I attack? The health pack isn't up, and then manages to survive and assist with that kill. So super good stuff. Gasman's been very slippery throughout all of today, making the correct choices. And honestly, that was confident. It was just a funny situation. Oh, this is a tough spot. You see how they're choke pointed down there? Oh, but the duel.
Yeah, Longsword v Longsword, both of them dive past each other, and Invictus here on the high ground uses the Screaming Nimbus to push forward and get the space ready for IQ to follow up. They have pushed last second off the high ground. Invictus is still alive. No, he does fall in the end, but Saris is here to overtake that space, overtake that pressure.
Oh, and it looks like a good spot for IQ. They're just going to continue to hold on to this. They cannot win. Again, they're going to be very close if they hold on to C completely, or sorry, A completely, but they do move over to C. So once again, an A win here might lead to a C win immediately, just moving from high ground to high ground.
Saris has the funnels ready. The G maneuver is an option, but there's a lot of G maneuvers across the board. Saris pops the funnels and does Moonbeam Butterfly, but Nostalgia again gets taken out by the Alias system.
Again, that is my favorite play of today. That is such a great counter. I'm just in love with that completely. But so many members falling on both sides. I don't even know who truly is in position here for C, for the high ground. It looks like at least Amano is going to be the one above. Hades has been popped. Can we get the pick?
Oh, good spacing. Dodges the slam. Able to take out Gasman, but it is going to be a G maneuver usage just for seemingly one unit. It's a minute remaining in the round. If IQ can grab C, it should be a pretty easy finish to this entire match, though. Potentially the use of Hades for one unit could be useful, but Gasman is already up and running around. It's just the positioning that IQ is currently favored in.
They need to make a push in right here, or this is going to be initial take, but Nostalgia already getting so low, managing to stay alive, at least distract. Merle is going to get the Screaming Nimbus on a huge chunk of the enemy team. We're going to see Gasman followed up with their own G maneuver. This is going to be a really nice counter take. Again, though, they cannot win here. There's not enough time, I believe. Oh, no, wait, this will be the end of C. C can be the final spot, so they need to hold their defensive positioning and just never let it go, and we could go to a third round.
Expand spots. Member of IQ, but doesn't commit onto it. That's another punch used up. That's going to be space created for the rest of IQ to follow up there on the high ground, but Nox and Red Protocol are getting the kills in return.
Oh, they need to retake this. They got it pretty solidly. Yeah, like you said, they built them a little bit of extra time, but that was only about 3%, and they needed just 10%. Oh, and Invictus now having to fight from the low ground in the Dom duel is always one of the hardest things to do. You just have so much less leeway. Oh, but here we go. We're in extra time. This is going to end here, guaranteed. We are about 10% away from each other, and right now it looks like Last Second is just controlling everything. I don't know if there's enough time for IQ to make it back and extend this time.
Spawn isn't far, but they need to wait for the timing. What Mr. Big Lord's going down is absolutely huge. There is no time to wait for the Ashamar to respawn. And Gasman is making sure the Chaotic cannot find the opening for the rest of IQ to try and attack. Oh, it's contested onto the site itself. We're down to the last second, but Invictus with the Screaming Nimbus. This could be the opening that IQ need. Nox gets a kill though, but Mr. Big Large, who is back into the fight, is dealing the damage.
Oh, IQ retakes!
Can they retake the site? They push them away, and IQ, at the last second, they reclaim this zone, and it's going to be a 2-0 victory for a 2-1 match overall scoreline. IQ are advancing to the grand finals.
What a game. What a game. That was down to the final moment. That was unbelievable. Great play to be able to retake that from both teams so many different times. Nobody was allowing the other team to just hold the defensive high position and then just control the entire game. That was a great set overall. Not only did we get to go to the third map of the set, but we got the tiebreaker map as well. And I'm glad that between two teams, we got to see it between these two teams, because this was, in my opinion, probably the set of the weekend for me.
We'll see what the grand final has available for us, but Mafty, they have been relaxing and waiting for this next moment. This was a brutal test of endurance for both of these teams. So IQ, they're going to be happy that they advance, but they need to try and reset themselves, get a drink of water, stretch those legs, but keep that energy up.
Yeah, I mean, they've been fighting so hard. They fought so hard in technically a 4-game set, right?
Yeah.
Just to be able to break that tiebreaker. They fought tooth and nail. And this entire time, Mafty's sitting there like, ooh, that's a good match. That's fun. They're chilling. They're just like, they're chilling on the winner's side. Everything is just so good for them. So it's going to be all about the momentum versus just being able to chill, right?
Yeah, man, the Alia system using to counter out Moonbeam Butterfly, we're going to take that just as we are going to be taking you guys to a break as we get ready for the grand final. If it is anything close to what we just saw, it is going to be a great match. We have the final best of 5 of this weekend of event number 2 coming up just after this.
Ground, but this might actually work out for him. The Zanabi's battling, but it's going to be the Exia coming in to pick up 2. It is. Of that.
We are
down.
I think
Dean, though, trades away his life as the fight still takes place on the point. Duke still in Trans Am right now. It will end, and that is the defensive hold. Trans Am now going in for Duke. He's extremely low HP, though, and he will fall, but he's done enough to open up the point. I believe 1 player, maybe 2, still remaining there on the defense for Gundam Unicorn, and the Hades will be expelled now. Trans Am is going to get shut down in just a moment, but they're not able to finish off this Exia quite yet. James gets some value, but the defenders are still coming back in.
Oh, yeah, they are just making their way back. Like Bozos are pretty grouped up here. They need to find a way to retake this. Oh, and look at a lot of low HP. Suits on the bottom, but the melee did not hit the Sazabi shield. The Sazabi shield was able to stay up around everybody's line of sights.
Oh, they're waiting for that engage, and there it is. The dash on in to take out Focus. You're seeing the kind of attention that right now Gundam Unicorn are putting on to getting to that health pack to the point in time to contest, and he finds Enders there.
Point, so Bozos isn't going to be getting anything out of this. Things are pretty much all tied up, and we're going to be for the very first time, I believe, in this round.
That is a Hades being committed by Gundam Unicorn and Nimbus. The high ground has been established, though, for this Hades now. As Tizen goes in on the field, the Hades will be enough to clean up Gundam Unicorn. The defense is holding a little bit stronger there, especially with the Trans Am coming in and Exia flank coming out from Team Bozos. That's going to be Duke in the back line, pulling them back. They do find a knock onto Spoon. That's the Gundam Unicorn going down. Ashermore now in, along with James on the Exia, and that's...
I believe in the low ground. We've seen them hold that position, at least to be the one who captures a decent amount, but wow, this is aggressive.
They are pushing all the way up the spawn, essentially, here. They only lose out on their Dom throughout all of this. It's basically a 6-for-1 exchange.
They decided, oh, let's back up. Let's regroup first. We see some people are coming back up, but here we go. They are trapped in this hallway. This can be such a deadly place to fight, but it looks like the Pale Riders are going to go down. Tism not...
Lanfest is community. Lanfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. Lanfest is charity. Charity is at the core of what Lanfest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. Lanfest is gaming. Come join Lanfest.
Welcome back, everybody. It's time for grand finals here at the Breakout Series Event number 2. I am EGP Wonder Chef, joined by Cameron Davis, and we are down to our final 2 teams to see who will be taking the most of the points to qualify in the Pilot Academy.
Yeah, and IQ, they just came off of a very, very, very brutal run alongside Last Second. And Mafty, they've just been waiting, and every time, no matter what team you are, no matter how dominating your previous victory was, you go up against Mafty, they have yet to lose a map. They have yet to they've barely ever lost an engagement. They've barely ever lost a team fight. So they're gonna have to somehow IQ find some extra gear to click into to head up against Mafty. But there is always going to be that chance.
Yeah, this is going to be a real trial here. This is very similar to what we saw in our previous broadcast, our previous tournament in the first Breakout Series event, where we actually saw IQ go down in 3rd place, so they did not earn their rematch against Mafty. This time around, they did earn it. They earned that spot, and they definitely want to be able to prove themselves. I mean, they've already proven themselves by getting this far, but Mafty is a titan right now. They are unstoppable.
Yeah, it's a best of 5 series, not a best of 3. It is a full best of 5. We're going to have those map picks and bans up when they are ready. But this is going to be another long one. This is going to be potentially even longer than the series that IQ just came off of. These are, I mean, you know, compared to other games, these are shorter maps, but still in the context of how fast and how like quick a lot of these fights can be, like, and how on you need to stay from map start to map finish. This is going to be a continual test of endurance. We're going to be going into those real championship rounds toward the end of this.
Especially for IQ, but let's see exactly what they are picking as far as map picks and bans, because this is going to be very difficult for them to keep their energy up through the longer maps. Like you said, they've fought so hard in that last set. Quarry will be our first ban of the day. Same thing with Thermal Plant. So one of the longer maps maybe versus one of the for sure shorter maps, both out of the map pool.
Yeah, what's the first one getting picked? It's going to be Underground Command Center. Not a map that we've seen it a few times, but not too aggressively. And it's going to be Mountain R&D Lab, so we are going to get a domination map in this set. It's only going to be 1 because Thermal Plant was banned, but we at least get that 1.
And then, of course, being a 3 out of 5 set, that does mean that there are going to be less bans overall. So Colony Trading Post is going to be our last guaranteed map, which is very cool to see. As usual, we got a lot more of it this weekend than the previous broadcast, but that's where it could potentially all end. However, once again, 3 out of 5, which means that Harbor City will be 4, and our decider will be the classic in Flak Fort, which we've seen a lot more coming into today than we saw before. But I would say we're overall pretty open maps.
This is the set that we're going to be playing. While that happens, we do have an MVP vote up and ready for you guys to all vote. The command in chat is !MVP. It's going to be the Lanfest player of the weekend. We're not involved. It's all you guys. See who it is.
Yeah, can't blame us. I know that Casino actually won both of the MVPs. We've got 2 MVPs. There is going to be a production MVP as well, with the rest of the production, aside from us, is going to be deciding one. And I think Casino won multiple last time, but Casino no longer in the tournament. We're definitely going to have a new MVP. We've got a few. I mean, honestly, it's always the most difficult thing because all of these players are stars, especially on a lot of these teams that are getting further in the bracket. Every single one of, I would say, the members in the top 3 teams, especially this weekend, have all had MVP moments, game-winning moments, game-changing plays. So it's always impossible. MVP, to me, all of you out there, is that cheesy? Yes.
Yeah. Yes. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. But it doesn't matter how you got to this point. Doesn't matter how strong you were or how hard of a run it was. It's all at 0 right now between Mafty and IQ. Whoever wins 3 maps here is going to win this event, is going to win Breakout Series Event number 2. You can have a number of MVP performances leading up to this point. It's about delivering now at this time. Who is going to do it? We're going to go into map number 1 the second that it is ready.
And I'm very excited. One of the things, especially too, that we see in Gundam Evolution tournaments in general, is that as teams play over the course of a tournament, they do level up a lot. And it's a lot of that has to do with how new of a game this is, right? There's still so much experience to be had for every single player within the game. So even if IQ did go down in a pretty tough match earlier, they've got a great chance here as we go into the grand finals.
Here it is, map number 1. Let's see who takes it. Who's going to get that lead? Who is going to start off strong? Mafty versus IQ. Gundam Evolution. Let's go.
And we are going to see, of course, there are a few different areas that have been rotating out on the side of Mafty. It does look like Carl Sagan is going to be in once again this time around. And on the other side, we've got, I think, pretty much all the same throughout the entire weekend for IQ. They've been a really solid crew. There's a good reason why they've been making it this far in all of these tournaments. I'd love to continue to see them grow. I think they're one of the best for a good reason. But at the start of this map, there's, of course, a chance for the potential use of the Gym Sniper. Amano, one of the best snipers that we have. Carl Sagan, one of the best snipers that we have. But I don't know if we're going to see the double Gym Sniper.
Yeah, Mafty still have the time to lock in whatever they want to lock in. Looking at the side of IQ, Chaotic is going to be on that Gundam Exia instead of the Barbatos. You mostly see Exia on this map, I imagine, because of the angles. You want to have the ability for at least the long-range poke. And then, of course, a mono on that Gym Sniper. It's all pretty standard for this map. We'll see if Mafty are going to mirror that in the next few seconds.
Carl Sagan, of course, has the ability to pick almost any suit in the entire game and do quite well, but we have seen the Ashmar earlier. Here we go, high ground being held immediately by that Dom, by Exponent. Just at least going to be setting up maybe some of those mines, but we'll see how the push goes. It looks like a pretty intense retreat off the bat from IQ. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they're not going to hold on to the high ground. It's all about holding on to that waypoint and using that as a bit of a barrier between the fight. You're going to see some shots come out from Focus and Devotion. They're just immediately pushing in onto the waypoint. A lot of damage coming in. You can see on the top, and the tank is already gone. The waypoint has already been captured, and IQ are already scrambling to try and retreat.
Oh my gosh, what a quick push that just completely worked out. There wasn't even like a huge pick that particularly made that happen. It was just the focus damage of every single person on the team in that team fight. And look at this, we're already seeing the push up to point B. Carl Sagan is very, very, effective in that range, in that choke point with the napalm grenades, but the bomb will go down at A.
And Exponent's needs to get back onto the site. Mr. Big Large needs to get back on the site. Ceres has also been taken down. This Mega Charge has been activated so quickly, and the people on the side of IQ just keep dying. They cannot recover and get to position to try and mount a retake. Mafty is giving them no space in order to try and stabilize their footing. Blue Jay is taken very, very low, flies away, but flies away to his death. No revive going to happen there. This zoning is absolutely ridiculous from the side of Mafty.
They are just 100% holding on. We've seen a lot of no death games from a lot of these players, or just minimum 1 death, and it's looking like we could get something similar. Focus taking down Chaotic, Ender's taking down, I mean, pretty much everybody all in a row here. That is going to be nearly an entire team wipe on the side of IQ. Chaotic is still up. Mr. Big Large running back, but at this point, I think they just have to return, try to hold this choke point for B as we see the immediate rush from Mafty.
Doesn't matter how fast it was so effective that when IQ got their team together to mount a push, Mafty had the funnels from David ready to stop it. And they have 5 minutes to hit objective number 2.
5 minutes, and on top of that, they're going to have a pretty free take on this waypoint. There's a little bit of a challenge, but I think it's mostly for harass. There's not going to be a full commit because there are still some players respawning. Chaotic barely getting out of that situation, but oh my gosh, almost got picked. The super napalm is going to come out. That's a pretty strange place to throw it. It might have bounced a strange angle, but it's not going to get any kills.
Hey, the napalm is more for the zoning than it is for the kills. Mafty just trying to get close, and they get the Mega Charge activation onto the A site. X-Men is trying to clear them away, but taken very low from some nasty shots coming out from Arrow. And he's being isolated off to the side. And no, 180 spin by the Gundam and has the time to get the revive on a fallen teammate as well. 40 seconds left, and IQ need to do something huge right now.
Amano getting a few nice picks from that high ground that is going to build enough space to at least get the disarm on the Mega Charge. But again, 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. This is going to be, and you're going to have to hold so well. This is tough too, especially on this point, because there's 2 different clear lines of attack on this point, either through the right side, the waypoint side, or through this main door that we're seeing a lot of these players at right now.
Yeah. A big advantage right now for IQ is that they have a lot of G maneuvers at their ready, whereas Mafty used a lot in the previous fight, the previous push, where you hear a lot of them being activated at the moment. Amano coming up huge with the Hades, but David answering back with the funnels of his own, and Amano is taken out. It doesn't matter how many G maneuvers are being used. Mafty is winning this team fight. Focus pushing on and being linked up with the Methus for that healing, and it looks like they want a push onto the A site to get the Mega Charge activation.
3 minutes remaining.
Oh, and we did hear another G maneuver be activated. It looks like it was the Trans Am from Chaotic, just trying to stop this, but not to any avail. That is going to be the plant on A, and now they're going to be down resources and players as we see 2 other suits get picked off. Amano and Blue Jay both needing to respawn to get this counter push.
I thought Mafty had like no G maneuvers, and they were able to charge them up and suddenly have G maneuvers again. So I don't care that Devotion and Focus are down to 0%. They're gonna have it soon enough. Sarah swings on in with the funnels of his own, but immediately eliminated. He drops into a crossfire that was set up by Mafty to try and continue and hold this point. Not able to create a lot of space before he goes down, and we're down to 20 seconds. IQ are going to be ending round number 1 with a big loss.
Ooh, Amano pushing in first, just has to at this point, and that's really tough because that means 4 members are going to go down. Chaotic going down as the 5th, and Mr. Big Large the only member left up on the side of IQ. And there's, especially with that super napalm, just adding insult to injury, no way to get that disarm. A solid first round from Mafty.
I'm really scared that this is gonna be what every single round looks like, that every single map looks like. It seems that whenever you see Mafty, the worst that they perform is needing a second push.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if even that, right? A lot of the times it's just all the way through in one just death ball, basically. Oh, they're just so strong. It's almost impossible to even say, like, well, maybe you should hold your G maneuvers, or maybe you should be pushing through different angles. It's just like, well, they're I don't even know what you do against a team with this much talent in every single slot.
It's not even the DPS with the main damage numbers on the side of Mafty. It's the tank. It's the Sazadi. That just shows how strong they are as a full unit. Like, the damage is being spread across everyone. No one is dying. Everyone is staying alive. They're able to space out their engagement, space out their damage separation. Who goes in, who then cycles out.
You just activated the chat's copy pasta powers by mentioning how much damage David did, but that is actually incredible. David has really been such a huge key element along with every single other player, but David just gets so much damage, especially like you're mentioning with the funnels. The funnel usage is not easy with Sazabi. Like being able to choose it in the right time where you're not putting yourself in too much danger, but you're in enough danger that they're actually going to be able to effectively get that damage, and it's very impressive on the side of David.
Yeah, trust. The amount of times that I have activated my funnels, dropped into the middle of a team, and then immediately died, it's a lot. It's a lot of times. So knowing that spacing, knowing how to be as effective as possible while staying alive to keep the funnels up and stay effective. But right now, Mafty now on the defense. They're continuing to hold this high ground. They're not backing away. They're doing a lot of damage before they do so. David finds the first kill onto Cyril at Sazabi for Sazabi, but Amano is here at the Gym Sniper trying to answer back.
Yeah, double Gym Sniper this time around. That's a big difference from before. David with the super backwards flights. That was pretty cool. Just to get back into the safe positioning. You don't see the axe used that way a lot. It's usually directly at them. Hold W. Oh, but the pick on Carl Sagan from Amano is going to slow this, or not slow this down, slow his defense down, potentially get the push.
They can't push over the high ground, though, because there's very little cover once they're on the waypoint itself. You can see the crossfire there. Exponent is dropped, but the waypoint has still been claimed by IQ. Chaotic takes a lot of damage, has to fall away. Spots arrow there off on the side, where Carlos Sagan now respawn, trying to come back into the fight. Mafty is holding on for now. They're not giving up too much ground despite losing the waypoint.
Yeah, this is surprising that we're seeing such a forward hold still. Carl Sagan is going to get the pick on Blue Jay, though. That is going to be a pretty close respawn. Let's just say literally where he actually died. But, whoa, this might be a retake. 3 picks on the side. Oh my gosh, Amano popping off. Not enough to redefend the waypoint, but still, we get to see how strong of a Gym Sniper he is.
Yeah, I mean, Amano gets 2 picks. Carl Sagan comes back and gets 2 of his own. So it all gets traded up even in the end. Mafty even pushed forward past the waypoint. Not going to hold on once again. It's way too easy for the attackers to reclaim that high ground, but it's all about stalling out just for those few seconds. Get that damage for the little bit of extra G maneuver charge as well.
And they are holding the high ground. Amano trying to get that first pick. Saris in a great position for offense. But only Carl Sagan actually with the G maneuver popping it immediately just to get that view, that immediate view of where everybody's pushing from. It's going to make the offense a lot more difficult when people are pre-firing you. Oh, and from the air, can we see an aerial kill? Not quite, almost.
Hey, it deals the damage and it pushes IQ away, so they're continuing to push IQ back into essentially their spawn, giving them very little space to deal with. It goes down to David, and Carl Sagan is there to confirm that. Lands another shot onto Blue Jay. No unit is safe when Carl Sagan has the big green gun in his hand.
We need to see all the 1v1s. We need to see the Barbados 1v1s between the previous 2 teams, the Sniper 1v1. Oh, between these 2 teams, that's a pick for sure. Thanks for proving my point, Carl Sagan. But the G maneuver on the other side activated immediately goes to nothing.
Oh my god, stay on this guy. Observers, stay on Carl Sagan. He's hitting some amazing shots. IQ have been able to reclaim the waypoint. I see another G maneuver going on in, but it's still David only getting the kills in the kill feed with his own funnels at the ready, tethered to the Methus as well for the healing to stay alive, and they get the waypoint back. It's 1:20 on the clock, and IQ have made no ground in this round.
I mean, 1:20, not only to take this waypoint, but then to actually push and get something to stick inside on a pretty tough to attack bomb site. 2 tough to attack bomb sites. But right now, I mean, they're just in front of the first wall. They need to break through 2 at minimum. And they're still just going to be regrouping, taking this high ground. This is maybe their final push.
They have to take the waypoint and then arm the mega charge. It's going to be a very, very hard finish to the round. Chaotic activates the Trans Am, tries to isolate Arrow. Arrow dashes away, stays alive as the range player. You want to do that, but Arrow with the Hades activated cannot get anything out of this. Chaotic, he goes down. Arrow is going for more, but finally gets eliminated, but is getting revived. So it's still Mafty coming up with all of the kills in this fight, despite the G maneuver activation on the side of IQ. They're not getting any ground.
Carl Sagan with 2 picks and a revive in that single fight, and a second revive, just a manual one this time. That is going to just I think this is impossible. I think it's actually going to be GG. 10 seconds to get to the site. Nobody's close enough at this point. They're just playing for funsies. That is going to be a guaranteed map number 1 here for the side of Mafty, not even fully giving up the waypoint.
This is a best of 5. And IQ just got hit with a sledgehammer from Mafty. To stay mentally present in this after they just fought thick and thin through last second, going to essentially 4 maps in a best of 3 series. Again, don't ask how it happened. Go back and watch if you missed it. I am worried about IQ's physical and mental endurance in this.
I mean, I think playing 1 round against that would make me tired. And actually, I ran into kind of an old version of some of those players on a team once in ranked. And yeah, trust me, it is exhausting to even play against them in 1 game, let alone at the end of a tournament. Yeah. And you have this much of a road to climb. So I totally agree. IQ, they're going to need to regroup and find something, because that was just an unbreakable wall, truly.
We go to, if I'm not mistaken, we go to Mountain R&D next. So we have a domination map, which at the very least they're more warmed up on, because they played a lot of that game mode in the end of the previous set. I think that's also going to be where we really see Mr. Big Large, who is kind of becoming the main carry for IQ. We're seeing Mr. Big Large be able to step up and deal the damage necessary for the rest of the team to follow up on. The problem is Mafty, it seems to be very, very impossible for them to give anything away. 4 maps remain in this best of 5 series. Who's going to take home the win? Will Mafty clean sweep or IQ map to come back? Going to have to wait till after this break to watch.
Map 2 of Grand Finals between Mafty and IQ is here on Mountain R&D. I'm EGP Wonder Chef, joined by, oh my gosh, sorry, Cameron Davis. I bit my tongue. Every time I try to say my caster's codename, I bite my tongue.
Wow.
Every time. No, it's really funny.
It's not that you forgot my name,
No, this is funny. Anybody who's been watching will know that I do that with Jamerson all the time. I go, and then I bite my tongue. It's weird. Okay. Anyway, back to Grand Finals. I swear I didn't forget your name. But we are here. All right. Here's two names I definitely won't forget. Mafty and IQ. They have been fighting really tough this entire broadcast, both yesterday and today, this entire tournament. But Mafty has had, I want to say, a little bit of an easier time going on just in these matches, but IQ has been proven to be very strong on this map in particular. They are very strong at holding this high ground, especially with Mr. Big Large.
Especially with Mr. Big Large here in the sky. He gets, actually not even the first drop. Good damage, but it's going to be Amano with the first kill onto Arrow. Hellrider trading there. And Chaotic with another kill as well. So IQ are getting a man advantage to take control of this high ground, which they will be able to then flex into a initial site control as A is unlocking in just a few moments.
Yeah, the high ground, as we mentioned before, I'm just going to say it again for anybody not as familiar. A high ground on Mountain R&D is huge because you can jump from one high ground on any of the outside points to any of the other points immediately within literally like 2 seconds. So if you can hold the high ground, it's huge. But look at this high ground to high ground battle. This is something we haven't seen attempted in a while, but it looks like it's going very well for Mafty.
IQ had the site. Mafty weren't able to fully reclaim it though, so it's still charging up on the side of IQ. It was a really good side angle push that you called out for Mafty to get that high ground, and yes, they finally do have the site. They're able to get up to 22%, which will basically tie it up if IQ don't come back, but it looks like IQ are setting up to control B, as that is going to be the next site.
Now, not going from A to C to A to C means that there's a really good chance at a shakeup. Of course, they are going to be pretty tied up going into this, but at the very minimum, going from this side B, once it's over to the next one, is going to be a huge I guess, task to be able to go back up above ground, even if you do have that aerial mobility. And it looks like off the bat, Arrow getting some picks, but oh my gosh, the slam.
Yeah, Chaotic going in, but Mafty just flooded from the high ground onto the low ground. IQ didn't have much set up at all. The punch comes in from Mr. Big Large, gets a couple of kills with it, and the follow-up from the Sasabi does drop Arrow on the Pale Rider. Chaotic doesn't hit anything with the longsword stun, but it's still space being created for IQ to take this site that's about to unlock.
And X-Minute is so low right now. This is a scary situation. No healers around. Hey, Methods, turn around, help me. And that is actually what's going to happen in the end. But now, how do you approach this as Mafty? Because you need to get down here without choke pointing yourself in any one of these little hallways. It looks like they're going to be approaching from the high ground.
Focus with a nice punch kill onto X-Minute to open things up and try and retake this site. Chaotic misses with the stun once again, but it's still trying to create space to keep Mafty off of B. They're getting so close to reclaiming it, however. But Saris, Amano, they're getting the kills to remain control of B. IQ are staying in the advantage right now. Amano with the Hades unlocked, able to activate it if he wants to do so. But with A about to be the next target in a couple of moments, Amano going to be, intelligently so, holding on to that G maneuver.
Ooh, just a sniping focus over the entire level, basically. Just trying to get a few more hits in there. Ashmar does have a pretty big head, so you can sometimes just get those random chunk shots. But at the minimum, this is going to be a really nice positioning. It do be a big head, for sure.
Back to A is the next site. Both teams with high ground, but IQ just a little bit closer is on the site itself, but do not count Mafty out. And David trying to fight a side angle. Heavy chunky damage onto Chaotic, forcing Chaotic to fall away. Devotion, you can see with the Magnum at the ready. Big Large swinging up from the side. That flank player, but he's going to be caught out because they're going to be moving directly away from him. Devotion with the Bean Magnum trying to get some good damage on Ashamar.
Ooh, that was actually a self-kill on accident from the Methis, and there wasn't that much mileage out of that Unicorn G maneuver. At least it didn't seem like it. Maybe it chunked a few of the members, but definitely no confirmed kills at the minimum. And now we're going to hold this low ground, as this is a huge lead, honestly, from IQ. This is great to see based on what we've seen in the previous map, but it is so hard to fight through that little spot if you've got the right shield in front.
even with the G maneuvers, IQ have been able to hold on. Mafty wasn't able to really break anything up, but there is a Screaming Nimbus at the ready. And Exponent finds an angle onto multiple members of Mafty. That's the G maneuvers taken out. Arrow might be trying to come over the Hades, and they actually were able to reclaim the site, Mafty. Somehow under IQ's and my own noses, but IQ tried to answer back, but Arrow dealing some damage in the middle of an entire team. Pale Rider can only stay alive for so long.
Oh, they do manage to retake it, but there's just not quite enough time to actually get the win off of it. Now it's going to be B, a very chaotic point for potentially the end of the game here. And honestly, just even getting around here for IQ feels like it's going to be a huge win as far as getting that momentum back. So they just need to take this B point, just play safe, but they have to be aware that there are so many G maneuvers on the side of Mafty that they might just lose this one.
A good dodge there. Arrow has his own Hades activated. Doing a lot of damage. Arrow, David, Enders, all in the kill feed. They're going to be taking B, and they're at the very least going to keep IQ from winning off of this point for now. But IQ, if they can then restabilize, re-ready up, the problem is they've used more G maneuver. So the advantage that Mafty had in that particular resource is going to be even further heavy in that direction, as Enders and Focus are holding on to theirs, and no one on IQ has theirs ready.
I think one of the biggest fears here, too, is that Carl Sagan, just landing a few more shots, will be back at that butterfly. There is no counter butterfly. Of course, we've seen Chaotic be able to counter it very, very well with the G maneuver of Barbados, but it's if you win the race here as Carl Sagan, then you're going to have it with no true counter.
Yeah. Uj here on the high ground, doing some heavy splash damage.
10 seconds
Ooh,
remaining.
A few seconds left, so it is going to stay on this site. An attempt drop down from the entirety of IQ, but again, Mafty just immediately blow them apart. Their control of the low ground with the crossfires. Somehow IQ was able to get the site, but immediately reclaimed once again by Mafty. Whoever can hold on to this is going to win this round.
And there's only a few seconds left. I don't even know if they're going to be able to get back in time to add extra time, really. They need to get in. They need to use that Screaming Nimbus, but there's just not even time. You just use it to get there faster. That makes sense. You're going to get on site just barely. Oh, they captured it. They managed to capture it somehow. They just walked on point, and it's theirs. That's going to add so much time for them. If they can get everybody else off site, this is going to be their round, but there's going to be both ways, the kills and the retake from Mafty, but there's only one player left up on the side of IQ. They almost took it back, but 99 to 99%, Mafty taking that one.
It was a trap. They backed away from the site, Mafty. They backed away. They let IQ take it because they had the Moonbeam Butterfly and the Beam Magnum G maneuvers at the ready to clear it all in the matter of seconds, and that's exactly what happened. And Mafty are now up 1-0 in Mountain R&D Lab. Good damage across the board for a lot of members, but it's unsurprisingly favoring Mafty just a little bit.
I mean, I cannot talk enough about how strong that usage of the G maneuver from Devotion was. That Unicorn G maneuver is just so deadly in those tight little hallways, but especially just the way that it was used right there to add damage onto people already being damaged by that Butterfly G maneuver. That was for sure a game-winning and potentially a tournament-winning type of play, as they're now going to be up a game and a round when it looked like IQ had so much control previously.
Yeah. In IQ, they're looking good still. And they're pushing Mafty to the limit. That's the most that you could say out of any team so far. But can they actually hit that next level? B is once again going to be the first sight of this round. And already Amano's taken low, Sarah's taken low, Chaotic is taken low. Already Mafty seem to have an advantage, but the first kill is going to go the way of IQ.
Ooh, but just trading back and forth. This is, as usual, a brawl down here in the halls of B. It does look like Mafty actually might lose a few more members. However, Exponent being the one to go down is just very, very difficult because you have to hide behind some sort of shield or you just get destroyed at these choke points. And we are going to see, though, the initial take from IQ, once again, taking an early lead.
Chaotic pushing that high ground player of Mafty away. And it's Sasami on Sasami fight. Exponent just barely wins it out with the help of Saris.
with the help of Ceres' turrets even. That turret actually chunks people a little bit more than it seems like. It's a little bit of a nasty, cheeky little thing, but they are holding on for a really long time. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if we didn't even see another push coming out of Mafty if they just pre-positioned over towards C, because at this point, again, you're only going to get maybe 8% if you successfully push.
Carl Sagan there with the throw, with the invulnerability, does dodge the Barbatos stun. Is going to be pushing forward and trying to retake this area. Arrow with the great damage coming out. Doesn't even need the Hades to spray all of that Pale Rider damage onto the opposition. And so Mafty were able to reclaim B even just for a few moments, get 8% themselves, but everyone needs to reset as we go over to C. Oh!
Oh no, that's a rough place to get down, because somebody's gonna have to really full commit to going the low path if they want to get the revive on you. And still though, you know, they're doing okay. There's a lot of members of IQ here on this high ground. There's a lot of big picks. Carl Sagan, of course, taking out at least one, but this is going to be still good positioning, I think, overall for IQ.
A lot of G maneuvers are ready for IQ, so they could use them to try and take this site. The problem is Mafty aren't that far behind, so it would only give them the advantage. But hey, you got to use your resources eventually at some point, right? Mr. Big Large still trying to make it large here on the high ground, is able to spot an individual player of Mafty. Going to try and keep him isolated, but at some point is going to want to turn attention back to the main force.
Oh, and that time it was Focus with the huge punch, punching at least, I think, 2 or 3 players off of the high ground, and that was a great follow-up from the side of Mafty. Going to take almost every single one of them out, retake that point. Going to take their first, I would say, full objective hold, or near to full objective hold of this particular round. And it's not quite going to tie things up, but they're at least going to be able to hold this high ground until it changes to B and choose how they approach.
Immediately dropping down because they spot out that IQ aren't really going to be fighting for C. They're fighting over for B. Amano rushes forward, has the Hades activated, dealing heavy damage, getting a lot of kills here, and at least trying to clear some space for that B take once it does unlock in 25 seconds. He wants more. He wants to try and find Devotion, is able to get him right before the Hades goes down, turns around, and continues to spray Hellfire into the side of Mafty. In 15 seconds, though, B is going to unlock, and that is going to be enough time for Mafty to respawn and come back in, and they've gained a few G maneuvers of their own in that time.
At least this should probably be a first pickup here for the site for IQ, but like you said, everybody's back, and all for that one G maneuver, and in fact, maybe it's not going to be quite as easy. Mafty taking the first pick here with Enders using that Screaming Nimbus to push everybody out of position, and maybe even getting the pick on Mr. Big Large at the very minimum, getting that main sort of center stage positioning, which is so important to holding B, and this is almost guaranteed going to tie things up as far as percentage.
Yeah, with Devotion, with the Being Magnum at the ready, we've seen how easily that G maneuver can clear space in this lower site. So IQ, it's going to be a hard push if they want to take it, but they're going to go for it anyway. Sasabi up first, but immediately taken out. Focus with the punch onto Ceres, and then Enders there with the follow-up.
Focus has been landing such amazing punches, and it's leading to this great team fight here. Amano, the only one basically left on that point, getting taken down. And more importantly than losing that point, that means that Amano's not going to be back in time to start fighting for this high ground at C, which is already going to change over to, it does look like at least most of IQ will be there, but getting your Pale Rider up there is huge. And look at that, they just did not have enough damage up there.
Immediately spotting Mr. Big Large as well, trying to isolate him, forcing him to run away. Amano's trying to swing him from the side to give some supporting damage. Arrow taken very, very low, but not removed just yet. Mafty still have the unit advantage as Mr. Big Large is back in spawn. IQ are waiting for him to get back up on his feet as they push towards C. It's very close, it's virtually tied. Chaotic trying to get initial positioning, but forced immediately to fall away.
And this is, again, so close. The take into the take. We see the butterfly. Carl Sagan's going to take out at least 2 members, Exponent and Chaotic. And in fact, another member of IQ is going to fall. And this is definitely going to be the final spot. So 4 members, 5 members going down from IQ. They have one opportunity to regroup here and try to take this back, but they're losing time. They cannot waste any.
Really good G maneuver usage from both the Sasabi as well as the turn A, but can they hold on to it without those resources available anymore? Arrow is being a one-man army here off on the side, being a big distraction while the rest of Mafty is holding the fort. But Chaotic is here to try and retake C, taken down very, very low, forced to use his longsword to try and get a stun and at least create some space, and they're able to take C after all of that. IQ are still in the fight here, but can they hold on to it and match?
Oh yeah, you can see X-Men going down, but this looks like it's just going to be a skirmish. David taking out 2 members, Focus as well, and Carl Sagan. That's going to be almost a full team wipe and a guaranteed second round, second map for Mafty. They are now just 1 map away from becoming our grand champions.
A 2-0 in-map scoreline for a 2-0 lead right now in the grand finals.
Yeah,
IQ, they are an incredibly good team, but Mafty are just that much betterer.
They are the betterest, right? At least so far in this set. I do feel though like IQ put up more of a fight than anybody's put up against anybody or against any Mafty version in this previous round. This is as close as we've seen anybody to actually making them bleed. They definitely made them bleed. They got it down to just a few percentage in pretty much every single round on that map. So at least whatever's happening with them, it's working out really, really well, whatever changes they've made, but they've only got 1 more opportunity. I mean, hopefully for them 3 more, but at least their final chance here to stay alive in the tournament. We're going to be moving to map number 3 after we come back from the short break.
Lanfest is community. Lanfest builds and supports gaming communities to support charity. We have more than 25,000 attendees and 400 volunteers across 18 chapters that span 3 countries. Lanfest is charity. Charity is at the core of what Lanfest is. We've raised more than $1 million for charities nationwide. We support food banks, veterans, animals, hospitals, and so much more. Lanfest is gaming. Come join Lanfest.
Here we are, map number 3. Is this the beginning of IQ's reverse sweep? In the best of 5 series, they cannot lose anything else at this point on. We are at the colony trading point. Post. Wow. Okay. Oh, man. Listen, that just shows how exciting that this whole engagement is, that I am losing my words because I'm frazzled. I am watching anything and everything. And IQ are making Mafty work for it, but it's do or die.
You know, I'm almost just even surprised that we get to see this level. This would be a really cool place to end it. Of course, the newest map in Season 2 of Gundam Evolution, but here we go. Starting off on the offense, Mafty is going to be pushing pretty heavily for that waypoint as usual, as we've seen these teams do. The defending team, IQ, will just be holding mostly on point, and this is where the offense is decided.
Not a lot of pressure on the waypoint being held by IQ. It's going to be all that bridge, and immediately you can see Mafty swinging around the side, trying to find the multiple angles. It's a bit of a run to go across and for that little window behind where IQ are currently holding. But if they're able to get there without losing anyone and keep sort of get a nice crossfire setup, it could be absolutely huge, but they're not even waiting for that. The damage is already coming out from Devotion and other members of Mafty. You can see the damage numbers, just the health bars on IQ smaller and smaller as time goes by.
Yeah, they're just getting just picked down, and the thing is they don't have a unicorn themselves, so you can only heal 1 unit at a time, and that's going to be 2 picks on the side of IQ. Now 4 of them down. This is going to be a definite plant. They look like they're choosing to plant on A. The full team kill, just hunting down the rest of the members of IQ. They're already moving forward. They're holding a forward position here just to defend this high ground. This is looking disgusting already.
Like every other Mafty game that you see, it's like a wall, a dam. The second a little hole breaks through, the entire water comes rushing on in. You give them a moment, you give them a single small opportunity, they're going to make the most of it, and it usually ends in a Sight Mega Charge arming. Can IQ try and come back, but already the damage onto X-Men and already the damage on the tank is going to make it hard to sort of break through the initial wave. But Amano and Chaotic, they are up close already. David holding the high ground angle, holding the high ground area, going to force them to stay put on the bridge.
They've got one final push here. X-Men is going to lead the charge, but only at 50% HP just going into this, and it looks like everybody on the back line is going to melt immediately. Focus taking out 2. The V-Nenders cleaning up the rest of them, and now this is going to be a quick push down to this waypoint. This can be one of the tougher waypoints to take, but with so many members down already, the stagger might give them enough time.
Already there seems to be a couple of defensive members here. Focus with the firebomb, deals some damage. It's going to be him taken out by the opposing firebomb of Mr. Big Large. David, though, with his funnels activated, clearing the space, dealing heavy damage, forcing Chaotic away. That's going to be the waypoint taken. The respawns, a lot of them are here for IQ, but they're going to have to ready up. You already see the mines placed by Blue Jay, but the attack has already arrived at their door.
Ooh, this is already a back foot situation for IQ. This is a very, very difficult spot to actually fully hold, though. We'll see which bomb site we decide to plant it. It's probably going to be B if we can actually get this down. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a guaranteed plant on B with 2 members down from IQ already. And now they can just retreat to this high ground or hold a bunch of different angles from the low ground, especially with this rotating door that they're just so hard to fight. It looks like the high ground will be retaken. Arrow with that Hades, and oh, the Trans Am from Chaotic actually is maybe their best chance to counter that.
G maneuvers being activated all across the board. Amano with the Hades up and running, taken very, very low, 26 HP, and runs into an opposing Gundam, gets taken out. Oh, and the Beam Magnum trying to do a lot of work, but can't even get all 3 shots off itself.
Oh,
but still,
no.
with Devotion taken down, it's still Mafty with the unit advantage here. Good shots from Focus to keep Chaotic away. Mr. Big Large answering back with the kill onto Baronox, but it is still not one step closer to getting onto the site for the Mega Charge disarm.
Arrow popping that Hades is going to be the biggest threat. They have to deal with that immediately, and actually they do. The Trans Am a great counter to that Hades. This is going to be their chance to get the disarm. They take it. A great counter push by IQ at the last possible moment, especially getting around those few G maneuvers that they had to. The fact that Chaotic correctly chose the right target there was huge, but the pressure has not been lit up from Mafty at all. David's still in there. The G maneuvers up from David. They are just literally continuing the pressure as a continuous stream.
Funnels haven't activated, but so has the Screaming Nimbus from Blue Jay, pushing the Sazabi away. This gives space for IQ to push forward, but the charge has been armed at B while all this action was happening. Blue Jay 4 HP trying to stay alive, but David is not going to let that happen. That's going to be the Dom Trooper taken out of commission for now. Devotion trying to spray through with his machine gun. Chaotic is also removed. 40 seconds left. IQ need to restabilize with a couple of members always seemingly in spawn, waiting to come out. It's going to be really, really hard.
But the waypoint retaken and then retaken. At the very minimum, somebody may have had to spawn within that time, or at least waited to spawn, just delaying the time a little bit. X-Minute sitting here. This is going to be a huge pick, actually. Ender's going down, but, oh wait, not quite going down. That's huge. Ender's was at like 1 HP on the downed body. That might be enough here to be able to pick back up and confirm this full destruction.
8 seconds left in IQ. They're losing players. They're losing units by the minute. Baronox with the Trans Am activated has done some heavy work. Blue Jay is taken out, and it is not going to be. It's going to be another quick push, quick destruction. Round number 1. Mafty with a huge time advantage right now. If IQ can even get there, will they be able to match a minute and a half remaining?
What a mountain to climb, man. This is the ultimate mountain to climb. IQ has to deal with such an aggressive quick push. Now it's their turn to try to match that as well and then get 2 more full games afterwards. Look at the damage from basically the entirety of Mafty. That's their strength.
Yeah.
It comes from everybody on their team.
Yeah, and it's not just Focus on the Ashamar, it's also David on the Sazabi, whereas Big Large and Amano for IQ is not really surprising. But I'm starting to wonder, just looking at the numbers, you know, sample size, all that stuff, you can poke holes in this, but I'm starting to wonder if maybe the key to how strong Mafty are is just how much damage their tank is able to put out.
I know, it's so funny. We're just like, oh yeah, the tank and the unicorn, like the support, like they're the higher damage dealers sometimes, and that's one of the strengths of this game is that you can have these really high skill damage dealers in every single role on your team. One of the biggest reasons why I love Gundam Evolution. But right now, we're just gonna have to see the ultimate plays from every single member of IQ. Is this gonna be a real pick on the Mahiru from X-Minute? I kind of feel like not. I feel like we almost definitely have to see that Sazabi, but that would certainly be an interesting way to try to make this comeback.
I don't think you would trade the Sazabi for the Mahiru if that does happen.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I agree. Agreed.
Pop back on the Sazabi. A little bit of bait for us, but we're too smart for you. We didn't fall for it. A little bit of initial damage, but it's going to be the expected tunnel entrance over to the waypoint. A couple of members from Mafty are already there. How much are they going to stick around to contest it is the question.
This is a pretty good hold, seemingly. Yeah, I mean, okay, there's at least a lot of damage on the side of IQ. Like, they got chunked a little bit. Again, though, the fact that they've got that, the methods with them meant that they could heal most of it up, and just a quick retreat. Mafty never overcommitting. One of their greatest strengths.
Yeah, it's rare to see anyone on this map overcommit to holding the waypoint. Amano fights the first pick on the Baronox. That could be a huge opening to try and take this site, but Enders is here, of course, getting a lot of damage and charging up his own G maneuver as well, and Focus from the sky back at 30%. Mr. Big Large with his own aerial angle. X-Minute pushing forward, but he has been taken so low, so fast. Arrow is going to remove him with the help of his entire team, and so IQ have to back away and reset because they lose their tank.
Oh, this is a big push from Chaotic. We've seen Chaotic be one of the more aggressive melee players of the entire tournament, really, and sometimes it works out, but just backs up. David, actually, with the super aggressive play. That shield is broken. On top of that, there's a melee on top of him, and Arrow and David and Enders all going down. This is for sure at least a hold. Oh, wait, but there's a plant. There's a plant. There we go.
Yeah, there's a plant. I thought that they were going to back away, but Amato was able to find the opening, gets a couple of kills himself, as well as them being able to isolate Baronox, who tried to sneak in from an opposing angle. So because of that, they can get the Mega Charge plant down. The problem is, can they hold it?
Ooh, it looks like this is a good position. This is very similar positioning to what we actually saw from Mafty in the previous round. This very forward hold where it's like, okay, you're going to be on the low ground no matter what if you try to approach from any single angle. But it looks like we got a couple of picks on the side of Mafty. They're getting close, but there's only maybe 40% left on this Mega Charge.
Yeah, and Mr. Big Lord just going huge. It doesn't matter that Amato's been taken out. He's been putting in a lot of work from the skies from the Ashimar, and he is staying alive alongside of the Blue Jay, who's doing that big splash damage with the Dom Trooper rocket launcher. 14 seconds left, and Mafty haven't really been able to get any close to the site at all. Arrow's getting a little isolated, forced to dash away from the rockets of Blue Jay, and it seems to be a full reset on the side of Mafty. They're going to give this one up and play for site number 2. So IQ, at the very least, are able to successfully push and get the first charge demolished.
Oh, this is actually a lot better than I thought IQ was going to do based on how they did in that previous round, but they are just keeping the pressure on. The question is, can you break through this huge choke point? This is honestly one of the most difficult choke points in the entire game. We just rarely see it get here. X-Minute popping the G maneuver. Same thing with the energy cable, but immediately going down.
It's the beam tomahawk from the opposing Sazabi to remove the funnels from play. Arrow's trying to make up for it. Trying to grab the space, trying to take space that his own tank has cleared for him, and they're pushing IQ away from all of this. No Hades needing to be popped, and that's 3 G maneuvers, almost 4, almost 5 on the side of Mafty to stall out IQ's push as long as possible. Chaotic is going on in, trying to get some slashes, but immediately gets taken down.
That was a very aggressive push, and that's going to be a big stagger. Blue Jay's going to go down as well. Everybody else on the side of IQ is super low. David looking really comfortable here to take down Exponent, and this is once again a reset. This choke point, they've got a moment here to sit and regroup. They don't have to fight, but they're pushing in anyway. Mr. Big Large getting picked a little bit forward aside from the rest of the team. They've got 3.5 minutes. They've got time. They don't need to rush this. They need to just decide a strategy, build some G maneuver, and wait for the right moment.
Mafty are just teasing out this area. They're not full committing to holding this choke point, but they're dealing enough damage that IQ can't really find their own opportunities to push on in. I mean, you told us how hard this choke point was going to be to push through, and IQ are dealing with that just now. They didn't have the timing advantage that Mafty did on their own round of attack. But Hades at the ready for a mono. He might be willing to pop that, but he's the only G maneuver for his team, while there are 5 ready for the side of Mafty. Devotion pulls his own with the Beam Magnum. That's going to deal some good damage to push IQ away. Doesn't get a huge number of kills, but it's still the control that they're coveting.
At this point, the fact that they have so many means that they can stagger these G maneuvers. That's exactly what they're doing. They only committed to a single one, and that was enough to push back the entire team of IQ. Of course, that Unicorn G maneuver is going to be so important in this particular spot, any of these small hallways, as I always say. But they've got 4 left, and they might have 5 left by the time the next push happens with David.
We have Saris with the energy cables and Blue Jay with the Screaming Nimbus, but Enders pulls his first. It's going to be pushing IQ away. This is going to eat up so much time, because even if IQ can try and recover, they're going to be so far away from this. I think they have to rush it down in order to get the Mega Charge arming.
Oh, but hold on here. IQ actually getting kind of the heads-up spot in this fight. A lot of it is a mono, of course, on this. Hades going to be picking off so many members of Mafty. Not only that, the energy cable G maneuver as well, getting the pickup just to add a little bit more support on top of that, and they have to ride this momentum towards the future. I mean, hey, that was a lot of G maneuvers on the side of Mafty. They're all gone now. David might have his soon, but now things are on even ground. There's a minute 30 left, plenty of time to make this push.
Transam activated for Chaotic, able to drop the David on the side of Mafty, but they still need to get the Mega Charge armed. It is going to be armed at A. The waypoint is taken, so if anyone dies on the side of IQ, they're going to be able to respawn significantly faster than we saw previously, but X-Men is able to corner Enders out with the help of Blue Jay. David trying to answer back. funnels activated, heavy damage, and the Mega Charge has been disarmed.
Oh no, there's only one big push left. There's 2 picks though down now. Mafty has lost the Veed and Focus at the same time, but there's just trading picks for picks, and at this point you can't win this with a skirmish. It has to be one full push, one full team kill, and then hold on to the entire point. Blue Jay right now taking a 1v2 that is just not advantageous, but managing to do quite well in it because of that health pack.
Oh man, point blank explosion, heavy damage onto the opposing team. Blue Jay doing really good work on that Dom Trooper to keep Mafty away from their area. They still need to get the Mega Charge rearmed, but Baranox, reclaiming space for his team and reclaiming control of this health pack. A very important feature to be able to play around it is these health packs. But here comes the funnels coming on in, trying to read fight for the waypoint. Exponent dealing some heavy damage, but they gotta get onto the side in order to get the charge planted.
Only 5 seconds left. This is the tournament life here for IQ. They're gonna lose Exponent. There's nobody left. There's gonna get a plant at least started, but is there any chance? It is down on B. It is down on B. They've lost a few members, but so have Mafty. This is gonna all come down to who can stay in that current positioning, and Baranox right now just barely surviving. Blue Jay using this G maneuver to successfully push at least a few more members away. They have to make this plant work. This is their only chance here, and they've got quite a few members still up, but they've got to use these G maneuvers right now.
Chaotic has a chance at the ready, but he was discovered a lot earlier than I think he was hoping for. He now get isolated and can't be that sort of main final control of the site, and the Mega Charge is being disarmed. Devotion here with the damage in the body block, and the disarm is going to come on in. Mafty take the map, they take the series, they take the event. They are your event number 2 grand champions.
Very impressive, as usual, from Mafty. Exactly what we've come to expect from them. I gotta give a shout out to IQ. They, especially in those final 2 games of the set, really put it to Mafty 100%. By far the best showings that we've ever had against Mafty, and I think they were just a few good fights, maybe one good fight away in every single one of those situations from being able to take any one of those rounds. But Mafty remains undefeated. They remain the top dog. Nobody has held a candle to them quite yet. We're getting closer, but they absolutely earned their double championship spot.
Absolutely, and a big shout out to David specifically. Most of the time our attention is pulled towards the range DPS, sometimes the melee DPS, but on that Sazabi, on the tank, David is, I mean, he's the star of the show for me. The Cameron Davis MVP is going to go to David. I don't know, do we have production? We don't have a graphic for that. Okay, we don't have a graphic for that, but I'm going to give it to David anyway.
I think it's fair. You got to draw it on a pencil and paper, and then hold it up to the stream. But we actually do, of course, have the Lanfest MVP here, which was voted on by the community, so we can see who you all decided was your MVP from the players that you could select. And I don't know who it's going to be. It's going to be a robot on Team Last Second. Of course, a very strong support showing, and just being able to use multiple different support suits. A great choice. You always got to appreciate your supports.
Sorry, say that again?
You just got to appreciate your supports, you know? It's they are the key of the entire team, as we've seen. We've seen not only supports being support as far as healing you up, but also doing the damage. But congratulations to a robot. I do believe you get a little bit of extra bonus on top of that. But then we've also got, as usual, our God Gundam, which is decided by the production, neither me nor Cameron, but the rest of the production has decided that it is David. Okay, you know what? You did get in the end, your MVP pick. Congratulations to you. And I think this is impossible to not call this one, right?
Yeah, it's the Cammy D God Gundam Award for David. But yeah, just see the Sazabi with not quite top damage, but like really close to top damage on a team is something that you never really see. Yet generally you want that Sazabi to like be that initial area, the initial pressure, just sort of force the opposing team away to give the angles and the spacing for your DPS to come out. But the fact that the one who is making that space is also dealing that DPS, David just is able to know his spacing with his team, to not overcommit and immediately die, to not overcommit and lose his shield in a second, but to still be there, to be the front of that push, to take the ground with as effectively as Mafty are able to do so. It's amazing to watch.
The coordination of that entire team is incredible. You can see here they have earned once again the 70 points towards the Pilot Academy, which is of course leading up to that $20,000 tournament at the end of the season. They are far and away number one as far as that full. I mean, you can just tell from this tournament, the last one, they're at 140 points, and nobody else is going to be close. IQ is going to be probably the second closest, but you can also see just the maps and how they played out through the entire weekend. We saw a lot more flak for it today. We saw a lot more of I think it evened out a little bit today. I'm glad that we got to see that. I'm glad that we're in a place where we're seeing a good amount of variety.
Yeah. Even with the domination maps, as unoften as we see them, they have their place in the pool, it really feels like. But at least between the point capture and the demolition, it's pretty even across the board of what you generally like to see.
Well, we'll see if it changes within the next few tournaments, because right now we're a pretty even spot, but Mafty is the one standing above everybody else as far as teams. Yeah, it is actually ridiculous. That is just such a solid team. And not only that, I mean, we didn't even get a chance to talk about it, but they've been rotating out players all day, rotating. They didn't even have Carl Sagan for that last game. They just have been switching things around. Casino wasn't there for the entire weekend. They almost have two strings of full teams. Like, they could be first and second if they get a few more players of that caliber.
Yeah, well, listen, it has been a long weekend. It has been an exciting weekend for Gundam Evolution Esports. Gameplay, congratulations to Mafty, but still really good showing for all the teams involved, but particularly IQ in last second as our second and third place teams, respectively. I think that's it for us. From production, from me, from Chef, thank you all for watching. It's been great, and we will see you next time. Event number 3 is going to be the weekend of February 4th. So if you're an audience member, mark that in your calendar so you can tune on in. If you are a player, if you are someone interested in playing, sign up. It is open to enter. We are getting more and more teams registering every single time. So join the pack. Get the experience, and see if you can't make yourself a path towards that 20K event in this spring. But for that, goodbye. We'll see you next time.
feel